Mr. Chairperson, Mr. McClure,
Good morning.
we do have a quorum, Chair. We can go ahead with the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorable members. All protocol observed. The department.
Good morning.
We are going to deal today with the department's report on the second and third quarter performance report. I also want to a special welcome to new members in our midst. Honorable Mbuyo, if you would like to put on your video so that members can see you. A special welcome to you. If there's any other new members, feel welcome to switch on your camera so that we can see you. Honorable members, the agenda is in front of us. We will deal with welcoming, the presentation by the department, deliberations, and then closing remarks. Is that possible that we have a proposal and a seconder on today's meeting?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose accepting the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Musa. Is there a
Good
seconder?
morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair. I will second the proposal of Honorable Musa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any apologies, Portfolio Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. We do have an apology from Mr. Daniels, who has an emergency to attend to. Mr. Kobane is experiencing network challenges, and Ms. Potgieter has no power in her area and might struggle with signal. Also, Mr. Chairperson, we did receive an apology from the Minister. He indicated that he will join the meeting at 10 due to other official commitments. Thank you very much, Chair. That is all.
Thank you. And the Deputy Minister? No.
Mr.
no
Chairperson, we did not receive anything from the Deputy Minister. I'm assuming that she is going to join the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Any apologies from DSEC and other members? The department?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you and the members and the colleagues. From the administrative side, there is no apology, Chair. I see the DM's office is represented. I'll just try and find out whether she would not be attended. I wasn't made aware. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, then we are going to start immediately with our meeting. I again would like to welcome you and greet each and everyone this morning, the members, the department, Dr. Kumalo, and the staff members. I would like to welcome you to this meeting. Firstly, honorable members, I would like to acknowledge the passing of Terry Bell, a journalist, labor columnist, and lifelong activist. From his detention in 1964, when I was only 1 year old, to exile in Lusaka, to building schools in Tanzania, mobilizing sanctions abroad and returning in 1991, he even remained steadfast and refused government office in 1994, choosing instead to hold government accountable. His life reminds us, honorable members, of integrity, courage, and also the true reflection of what we as public representatives should be. Members, today we will deal with the second and third quarter performance report. We will focus on program delivering and also on budget expenditure. I want us, honorable members, also to reflect on developments that have a major effect on budget expenditure. Areas of grave concern, and top among these is the security of our heritage buildings, vandalism, theft, corruption, and at times heritage sites that have been reduced to nothing. Heritage sites at times, sometimes, that has been reduced to ashes. Instead of investing in a new infrastructure, honorable members, we'll find that there is a tendency that more and more money is being spent on repairs and recovery. A case in point is the devastating fire at the Bota Sikau building in Tata. The 50-year-old landmark, once the Union building of the Transkei homeland, is more than bricks and stone to us. It is our heritage, it is our memory, and also our identity. Today, it actually houses Eastern Cape's government departments and also its archives, its records dating back to the colonial era. The fire, to us honorable members, is a stark reminder of fragility of our role in protecting documentary heritage. Archives are not just paper. They are the foundation of accountability, the record of our communities, and the collective memory of our history and our democracy. We have seen these strategies before. In 2021, it was the UCT Yager Library, that fire. We remember it like yesterday. In 2022, we experienced a fire on the precincts of Parliament. These losses demand that we must ask ourselves, are our systems of records, management, and preservation truly adequate? Honorable Mtetwa, considering the facility that houses recording studios, rehearsal spaces, and equipment valued more than 20 million, it has been left without consistent protection. We have suffered 2 break-ins in less than 3 weeks. The lack of guards, alarms, the lack of maintenance create conditions for repeated violations. Meanwhile, corruptions persist, honorable members. Cases against those with their hands in the public till are opened but not tracked. Appointments of friends, family, and cadres singing from the same hymn book continued to go unchecked. Federations are left to their own devices, looting and stealing with no recourse. The department's mandate is to safeguard our heritage, to promote arts and culture, and expand access to sport, access to all. Yet vandalized buildings are unresolved, labor disputes are unresolved, and fragile archives tell us a different story. One of the neglect and another is an adequate system. Honorable members, budgets are spent, but when we step into our own VAR replay rooms, yes, you have heard me correctly, our own VAR systems, the one we use as members of parliament to review the key incidents happening right under the nose of the department. What do we see? We see a 20 million rand thrown into boxing, yet no national boxers in the ring. We see money poured into Sabines, but no action in the arena. We see a father, a son, a husband, and wife turning federations and boards into their own private fiefdom. We see 20 million blown on a single day event, the so-called Big Walk, a spectacle, yes, but like fireworks in the night sky, dazzling for a moment, gone in an instant, leaving only smoke behind. No lasting legacy, no sustained impact, no infrastructure for athletes or communities. We see 90 million in netball funds unaccounted for, with only international bodies that ban, dissolve, and reprimand. But here on our local arena, we are doing absolutely nothing. And we see meetings collapsing into power struggles and even physical scuffles. Scuffles between men in their 60s and 70s, men who could be some of the players' grandfathers, when they, SAFA, should be preparing for the Soccer World Cup. How is it that we, honorable members, that Parliament as the VAR room sees the truth replayed in slow motion, while DSEC and SASCOC sometimes look away? Honorable members, I want to congratulate you because your VAR cost nothing but it exposed everything. A budget of 6.31 billion dominated by transfers, with the NAC receiving top-notch, demands a budget of oversight and change in the lives of the people of South Africa. With that said, honorable members, I am going to give over to the department who will deal with their presentation. Dr. Kumalo.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairperson.
Can't do that, Chair. Oh, sorry. Okay, continue, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairperson, please note that the Deputy Minister is in the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Deputy Minister.
And
Thank you, Chair.
through you,
Just to also, sorry, Chair, to interrupt, just to also mention that by quarter to 11, I would request to be excused, and should my meeting end, I will reconnect again.
So noted. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much.
my apology, Dr. Kumalo.
Honorable Mtetwa.
No, Chair, I just wanted to commend you for the summary you've done. You've actually taken us through everything that we must follow up. If we could follow this opening remark, we have everything that we need to follow. Thanks for that.
Thanks so much, Honorable Mtetwa. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Going to, and good morning once again to you and the honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister and my colleagues. I am going to start off the presentation on the second quarter. We are called upon to present to the Portfolio Committee today both the second quarter and the third quarter performance reports that talk to how we have implemented the annual performance plan of the department. I would start off the presentation and then hand over to the Chief Financial Officer who will do the financial performance part. Chairperson, as we start our presentation, we want going on to the purpose, Palisa. We have outlined the presentation in terms of what we are going to cover. I do also want to indicate that in keeping with the request that we got from the Portfolio Committee, we have also provided the demographic report, the geographical spread to go together with the POEs as requested by. So those documents form attachments to the presentation that I'm going to make, and they were forwarded to the Portfolio Committee. We come to the Portfolio Committee to present our report, as we have said, so that our performance can be appraised and so that we are able to account as required by the law and enable the committee to provide its oversight. Our presentation is informed by the plans that were put together by government right now, which is the 7th administration, and it is aligned to the plans that are contained within the MTDP, within the NDP, within also our strategic plan document. We also want to give assurance that we have adhered to the Treasury Regulation 5.3.1 in terms of the established procedures for quarterly reporting, but we have also over and above adhered to paragraph 5.2.3 in terms of the National Treasury Framework that informs the managing of programs performance information. Further, Chairperson, we would then, as we continue, Palisa, into the next slide, we would then talk to the progress on the indicators. And as I have indicated, we do cover, we did our best to cover the additional information that gives the detailed geographical spread in terms of the footprint coverage of these projects that we have undertaken. I'm going to move on and look at the graphical comparative that we have done in terms of how we have fared over the last 5 years, just looking at the second quarter. Without reading the numbers, members have received this presentation, and you will note that in the quarter that is that we are reporting on today, we have been tracking through our monitoring and evaluation unit how we are performing, where we might be dropping the ball, and as a result, we then put measures to mitigate against that. In the next slide, we do the same when it comes to annual performance over the same period. You will also note, Chairperson, that we can only be able to do that focusing on audited financial years. Moving on, just looking at the quarter that we are going to be taking the committee through, again, I would want to just do a comparison between last financial year and this financial year. And as we will then go into detail, we will talk to that 91% and the 9% where we dropped the ball. And this is further indicated in the next slide, again, graphically, where we give indication that we are working against a total of 25 key performance indicators. However, in this quarter, which is the July, August and September of 2025, we were delivering again, or called upon to deliver against 11 output indicators. At the end of September 2025, we were able to achieve 10 of those, and one of those key performance indicators was not achieved, and we will explain what transpired in as far as that is concerned. The output indicator that we are talking about that we couldn't achieve is indicated in this slide, which is the number of gazetted notices on standardized geographical names published. Chairperson will then go into detail when we get into the program about why and what led to the non-achievement. If we look at the programs, we have got 4 in total programs in the department, which is administration, recreation, development and sport promotion, arts, culture promotion and development, and last but not least is the heritage promotion and preservation. The 3 programs were able to achieve against the set output indicators, except for the heritage promotion and preservation, and that is due to that output indicator that I spoke about, that I'm still going to further give detail in the presentation. We will then start with program 1, just to indicate that this program covers what transpires in the following units, which is ministry, the management, inclusive of the DG's office and other units like internal audit and risk unit that fall under the DG's office, strategic management and planning, corporate services, and it also includes the office of the chief financial officer. And that all forms program 1. In as far as program 1 is concerned, the output indicators that sit in the APP are the 2 as reflected: number of systems developed to automate manual functions executed through the IT unit, and the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days, which is executed through the Chief Financial Officer's unit. Only one of these output indicators was due for reporting in quarter 2, which is indicated in the slide. The POEs that our M&E unit went through indicate that there was 100% performance. All invoices that were due for payment within 30 days were paid to a tune of 100%. Chairperson, in our presentation, we also do give indication, or we track progress. So we track progress in terms of, even if that output indicator is not due for reporting, what is happening? Is there any progress that is taking place, so that we don't, at the end of a particular quarter, when it is due, realize that particular performance indicator or output indicator is not on track. So you will note that the blue shaded indicators, much as they are not due for reporting, but we do give indication of what is transpiring there. I'm moving on to program 2, Palisa. This will cover recreation development and sport promotion, and this is basically where we deal with issues of mass participation, the development of athletes, and the regulation and maintenance of facilities. And it's abbreviated as RDSP in terms of the coding. And you will then note that this particular program has, again, if in the next slide, Palisa has got those particular output indicators which are being tracked, even though they're not due. Included in that is the number of athlete development programs supported by the sport academies. In our tracking, we did find that already the unit had 9 athlete development programs that they were supporting, that were being supported by the sport academies. Percentage of compliance sport and recreation bodies supported, not due for reporting, but at the end of the second quarter, 2 of the sport bodies had already been supported, and their names are indicated on the slide. The third output indicator under RDSP is the sport and recreation programs in the communities that are supported, not due for reporting. However, 223 sport and recreation programs in communities had been supported by the end of the second quarter. Number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and attire to enable participation in sport and recreation. At this point, this particular key performance indicator was due for reporting. At this point, they had 1,464 hubs, clubs, and schools that had been provided with equipment and attire. And we do give indication that overachievement was due to the redirection of funds to procure more sports attire at the end of the second quarter. Chairperson, as I had indicated, you would then find that we provide a breakdown of the where and when of this 1,464. And we also, beside this presentation, we also had provided a more detailed document that will then zoom into the question that Honorable Portfolio Committee members would normally ask us. Case in point, in the next slide, Palisa, if we say, for instance, in the Eastern Cape, there were 41 clubs that were supported. The support document will then indicate the which and the where of these particular sport clubs. And there is also a portfolio of evidence in terms of some of the visuals that are taken while those particular events or activities are taking place. When we move on to RDSP 2.5, this is about the number of learners that are competing at the National School Sports Championships. National School Sports Championships, as members would perhaps recall, happen seasonally. There would be those that happen, for instance, in spring, in autumn, in winter, and in summer. So in terms of this particular reporting period, you will then note that this one was due for reporting. And as per the report, while the quota target was 2,000, the unit managed to achieve 3,361. And we have provided Chairperson the reason for deviation, and we have also provided the corrective action that we envisage to apply or implement going forward. Allow me not to read through it, but we would respond if members have got questions. Again, in terms of RDSP 2.5, we have provided the breakdown of the 3,361, where it takes up about in the countries, in the different corners of the country. The additional document that we keep referring to provides further detail. We provide the POE, which is taken as and when those school championships are taking place in the different parts of the country. RDSP 2.6, the number of school sport programs supported at district and or local level. It was due for reporting, and at the time for reporting, end of September, the unit had done 95 such programs as against 54. We do provide a reason for the deviation, and also corrective action has been indicated in as far as that. Again, we provide the detailed breakdown per province, and we then further, in this particular case, Chairperson, we go into each and every province from slide number 30, going on to slide number 30, sorry, just going through my pages so that the person who's screening for me can then move. Slide number 41. So all those slides from 30 to slide 41 then provide honorable members with the breakdown in terms of what exactly are these programs that we are talking about, what is the district where we could provide that we provided, and where we could provide the venue, we did the same. If we go to slide 42, we then show some of the visuals that get taken as evidence as those particular events take place. When I go to RDSP 2.7, it is about the number of municipalities that are supported during the planning and the implementation of sport infrastructure projects. This is to ensure compliance with the applicable norms and standards that have been drawn up by the department and agreed with the implementing spheres of government. The indications there after M&E is that we were fully able to deliver and provide support to 52 municipalities, and we then give a breakdown, Chairperson, from slide 44 going on Balisa to slide 49. So I'll skip through those slides and not read through, but what they indicate is what's the municipality and what project is actually being undertaken in that particular municipality. Again, slide number 50 will then show a few of those projects as they are going on, or as they were going on during that quarter under report that we are reporting against. We then also, last but not least, look at RDSP 2.8, which is the last performance indicator in this unit or branch. It talks about the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks that are constructed. Our aim, Chairperson, is to do 100 at the end of the financial year. It is not due for reporting, but we are doing tracking. At that point, at the end of September, we had issued notification letters to beneficiaries while we were waiting for National Treasury to approve the requested environment that was requested at that particular time. If I move on to program 3, I would want to then report against this program that deals with arts, culture, promotion and development, which covers national language services, cultural and creative industries development, international cooperation, social cohesion and nation building, And this is where we get the Mzansi Golden Economy Support Program, and also the National Film and Video Foundation, which is one of the transfers that are done by the department to the funding agencies of the department. We have here again ACPD as abbreviated 3.1, which is about the number of multi-year human language technology projects. This was not due for reporting, but we did the tracking, and it is indicated in the slide. Number of university students supported to study languages. It wasn't due for reporting, but we did track what the directorate was doing at that particular time to make sure that we are in time for the quota when they are due for reporting. Number of cultural and creative industry projects supported to enable local and international market access. This is mostly where the touring ventures sit, and at that particular time we give indication that 2 of those had already been supported, and we then give reasons for the deviation. Again, the portfolio of evidence has been indicated there. ACPD 3.4, number of programs contributing to the transformation of the cultural and creative industry sector supported. This particular program, Chairperson, focuses on the transformation program, which in our interpretation is a focus on youth, persons with disabilities, and also women. And you would find that mostly the programs that are delivered here are focusing on youth. The report and the portfolio of evidence in the next page does give indication that we were due for one of these programs, which was delivered by the unit as indicated, and then we do provide the further evidence that depicts what had actually been done by them. Number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported. The department introduced a few years ago a program that is called the Hulikane program, but it has subsequently been revised and enhanced in such a way that it focuses on young girls, but also focuses on young boys. This particular program, even though it wasn't due for reporting, we do give indication of what had been done, where the young girls and the young boys get taken to these camps, and the focus is not just talking about the GBVF issues, but talking holistically about different influences that they might be exposed to, but also talking to developmental contributions to their life and lifestyle. ACPD 3.6 is about the number of sport and cultural diplomacy initiatives implemented to promote South Africa. You would remember, Chairperson, that the focus of that financial year 2025 was mainly on the G20, and we also had cultural working groups that we had been given a responsibility to do. It wasn't due for reporting. However, we do give indication of what was done against this particular cultural diplomacy program by then. Number of initiatives promoting social cohesion and nation building. This particular program focuses mainly on 2 aspects, which is encouraging community conversations and dialogues, but also it reports against the national days that are held as per the mandate of the department. And as you can see, Chairperson, we do give indication and we give a portfolio of evidence. I'm going to 63 Balisa number of capacity building projects supported. The focus again here is on incubator programs, but we also, this is where the support of the community arts centers comes about. It wasn't due for reporting, but we do give a progress update of where we were at that time. 3.9 number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus. This particular, it's a new indicator, and we have been struggling a bit in terms of making sure that the technical indicator descriptors are very, very specific and clear. This is implemented through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. It wasn't due for reporting at the end of the second quarter, but we do give indication of where we were sitting. The last program is the Heritage Promotion and Preservation, which, as the name says, focuses on issues of National Archive Services, heritage institutions, National Library Services, Public Library Services, and the South African Geographical Names Council and the work that they do. That is on slide 66. I'm going on to 4.1. The abbreviation or the code that is used there is HPP 4.1. By the end of the second quarter, we were reporting against the number of heritage bursaries awarded to students. Again, as it is in blue, it wasn't due for reporting. We work on the funding of the bursaries, and we monitor, and it has been indicated there where we were, even though it wasn't, as we say, a second quarter target. Number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols. It remains our responsibility, Chairperson, to drive the programs of nation building patriotism in the country. So we continue to focus on making sure that the citizens of the country are aware and understand the meaning behind the national symbols, and we do public activations, and we continue with the installation of national flags, and this time around the extra flags were as a result of installations that were done at tribal houses. 4.3 talks to the national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects that are analyzed. It wasn't due for reporting, but we do give indication of the survey that was being done in Angola, and the location of some of the graves, etc., which, as the report indicates, is depicted there. 4.4 is the digitization of archival records. The focus here this financial year was on the treason trial tables and the TRC audio tapes, in terms of making sure that we digitize that work and it is not lost as we go into the future. So it was due for reporting, and we were already sitting at 201 at the end of the second quarter, and we give reasons for the deviation. Number of libraries financially supported. 22 libraries were already supported by that time, and there is a portfolio of evidence which has been provided in the support document. The one performance indicator which unfortunately we couldn't achieve was with regard to the number of gazetted notices on standardized geographical names published. We were supposed to have one notice by that particular period at the end of September, but Chairperson, at that particular time, the names were still undergoing careful consideration for before approval. So we have then subsequently finalized that, but at that time we had not. Therefore, we are reporting it as a non-achievement. As a corrective measure, regarding the gazette notices pertaining to standardized geographical names that are scheduled to be published on or before the end of the third quarter, we have reworked our plan in terms of how we report against this particular key performance indicator, and we believe that going forward we should then not have a challenge of non-achievement in as far as that is concerned. Chairperson, through you, can I then ask that the CFO takes the committee through the financial performance as of the end of September?
That's fine. Please do, Dr. Kumalo.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members and Deputy Minister and DG and colleagues. I'll be taking you through the expenditure report for the second quarter. Next slide, Palisa. On the second quarter, the department spent 2.9 billion of its budget, which is about 45.8% against the budget of 6.3 billion. The targeted percentage, it was 53%. So that then it means that we've underspent by 482 million in that. And then there are also items that we managed to spend proper, which is your goods and services. We did spend within what was targeted. Compensation of employees is still the one that also we have not spent in terms of the target for the second quarter with a 3.4 variance. And then under transfer payment, in general transfer payment, there was a 100% spent on the conditional grant, which is sports grant and library grant. 100% of those grants were transferred to provinces, the non-provinces. And also part of the under expenditure under your transfer payment was the issue of a sports trust transfer that was awaiting treasury approval. They could not do anything because at that time the appropriation bill was not yet signed, which then affect the issue of reprioritizing your budget at that time. And also under your equipment or capital payment, there is still an issue with Sarah Batman and National Archives. There was a huge under expenditure. If you look at that, the capital payment under heritage, the expenditure there, it was sitting at zero, Chair. I'll go now to the tables. Palisa, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Already passed. Yeah. Under heritage asset, we can see there the expenditure at that time was zero. So that is one of the reasons. Go back one. This is your program expenditure, Chair, by the second quarter. Administration, we spent 56%. And then recreation and development and sports promotion, we spent 88. So the reason for that is one of it is a sports trust with about 100 million. And then arts and culture and promotion, we spent 41%. One of the reasons there is the transfer that we are supposed to make to for PSP and others. And then heritage, we're in target, Chair, because it's 50%. And on overall, we spend 45%. Composition of employees, on your economic classification, composition of employees, we are sitting at 46%, which is 46.6, which is about 47. That 3% talks to what I said in the previous slide to say compensation of employees is one of the items that we do underspend. Goods and services, we are fine. We are sitting at 53%. And transfer payment, in general, we are sitting at about 45.9%, which is 46. One of the items, like I said, there is your transfer that we're supposed to do in terms of the environment that we could not do in time. And then payment of capital asset is already talked to. It is a expenditure on heritage that actually made us not to spend in terms of South Batman and National Archives. I'll end here, Chair, as you see there in terms of the slide, that 66 million that was having a zero spent by the second quarter. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Can you go back to the page where you make mention that there is still issues with Sarah Bartman? And for the clarity of members, can you perhaps just, CFO, declare or make mention about the issues?
Okay. No, thanks very much, Chair. Palisa, okay. That will be a slide under capital payment. Yeah, heritage. Chair, this the budget was allocated for Sarah Batman, and because of not able to, the public works not able to appoint the service provider in time. That means that a huge under expenditure in our books. If you remember last year in December, there was at least a hope that the latest by December they will have been appointed, which was not the case. But the latest in terms of public works side, they have now somehow finalized the procurement processes. which additional amount that is needed from the side of the department. But for the current financial year, Chair, there was no expenditure attached to Sarabatman. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsani. I hope you have heard that. I did not welcome the AG's office simply because I did not want anyone to take note that they are here. But now that the presentations have been done, I would like to welcome Mr. Tsotsetsi of the Auditor General's office. Dr. Kumalo?
No,
Proceed.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was wanting to check, and it's Miss Tsotesi. I was wanting just to check whether you allowing us to present the third report as well, and then questions, or you want to take questions now?
No, I think we can proceed. Sorry for that, Ms. Tsotsetsi. I also want to check whether the AGSA's office just want to have an input, or should, if possible, she reply if and when members direct questions, and perhaps to her for clarity. Ms. Tsotsetsi?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and the honorable members. Chair, we're invited as observers today, so we don't have a specific presentation for the committee, but if the committee would like us to present something, we'll welcome the invite, Chair. But I don't know if there will be any question for us, but the team is here in case there might be a question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. We will need your VAR system today as well. Proceed on, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to keep my mic, my camera off for this one. Chairperson, maybe to not waste your time, I would like to be allowed to summarize the third quarter and just focus on those that were due for reporting, but I will also talk to areas where there are certain deviations. This is the same report in terms of format. We still follow the same rules as it says at the beginning of the presentation, so I won't repeat that. Where we are then focusing, this was by the end of December, which is then covering October, November, and December in terms of this particular quarter that we are talking about. We have also done an analysis, as we do for each and every quarter, of the third quarter performance trends over the period of 5 years, so that we are able to measure ourselves, again, talking about, are we dropping the ball here, and how are we performing against key performance indicators compared to the previous years. So again, members would see that trend analysis. We also look at the annual performance over a period of 5 years, as we have said in the previous presentation. Just moving on to this third quarter on which we are, the third quarter that we are now talking about. Again, we do a comparative, where were we end of December 2024 as against end of December 2025, so that we are able to zoom into the reasons where there has been a drop in performance. Now, if you look at the slide that follows, which has got the pie graph, this is a graph that then tells graphically how the department performed by end of December 2025. We had a total of 25 output indicators, as we indicated earlier on, but the third quarter was expected to report against 14 of those key performance indicators or output indicators. At the end of the reporting period, 11 of those had been achieved and 3 of those had not been achieved. And the 3 that had not been achieved are in the next slide. These are the following: the RDSP 2.4 which is the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and or recreation. The other key performance indicator that we couldn't achieve is in terms of the number of learners competing at National School Sport Championships. I spoke earlier on about the categorization of school sport championships, that they are also structured seasonally in terms of the 4 seasons. The last one is the number of school sport programs that are supported at a district and or local. Those 3 we were not able to achieve after also our monitoring and evaluation unit had done the verification exercise. So I will talk more about those, but also just to save on time, quickly go through. The overview of the program, the 4 programs that we have in the department will then show the same. Chair. It will then show that when we zoom into recreation, development, and sport promotion, that drop is where it actually happened. I see the chairperson is asking a question. So I would then go through the programs. Program 1, 100% achievement. Those are the 2 that we spoke about earlier on. RDSP, which is Recreation, Development and Sport Promotion. Please move, Palisa. I am now on slide 17. In terms of RDSP, that is, those are the key performance indicators that were not due for reporting. Allow me, Chair, to just move through, because I've spoken to these others when I was reporting against second quarter, but we track each one, due for reporting or not due for reporting. We do the tracking so that we are able to identify areas where there are blind spots as earlier than the quarter report. But let me go to then the slide which contains those that we did not achieve. For instance, in terms of the supply of equipment and attire, we were supposed to achieve 1,250 here, Chair, but we only were able to do 1,103, and there's a variety of reasons. One, we were having challenges with the service delivery as the service provider in terms of late delivery. Now, given the fact that the schools will then be closing at this particular time, we had to also take cognizance of the school calendar in terms of this particular issue, where it affects schools. But where it affects clubs and hubs, we deal with the matter differently, as it were. So what we then have tried to do as a corrective action, but if need be, the DDG will speak further to this if members want to delve deeper into what we are saying. The remaining equipment, the plan was that it will be delivered in the 4th quarter as soon as the schools reopen. And the provinces were then convened so that they can conduct plenary. And then the engagement needs analysis sessions will also be finalized going in. We have started having those engagement needs analysis sessions, but we will then continue going into this quarter, which is already quarter 4. We provided the breakdown. Allow me to go through the breakdown and not actually waste further time and go to RDSP 2.5, Palisa. This is one of those that we didn't achieve. Number of learners competing at the National School Sport Championships. We were supposed to get a total of 1,500, but we only got 999. And this is basically, Chairperson and members, where we found that only 5 sporting codes were implemented as per the plans by the code structures and stakeholders. This does then, as a result, drastically reduce the target numbers that were previously committed in the MTDP as per the performance, because we base it on the baseline of the last financial year. One crucial factor was also due to some of the constraints that were experienced when it came to softball in Free State. There were also learners that participated in more than one category or discipline, particularly in the area of gymnastics, which is one of the sporting codes of the Summer National School Sport Championship. This is basically the one, as I was talking about, the seasonal categorization of the school sport championships. There are corrective measures and actions that we have considered as a department, including working more closely and incorporating some of the programs that are being done by the sport federations themselves. We then provide a breakdown. The third target that we couldn't achieve is with respect, it's on slide 29, is with respect to the number of school sport programs supported at a district and or local level. This one, there was a drastic drop here, Chairperson, and a drastic drop from a 52 to only 5 that we could actually achieve. The performance here was mainly affected by the unavailability of the sport codes and the learners during that exam period. But also some of the provinces like Northern Cape cited insufficient budget. As a result, they couldn't implement some of these programs because they are implemented at district or local level. But also, Chairperson, we had a challenge in terms of acceptance of this supporting evidence that was submitted by some of the provinces. Members will then perhaps want to know, how are we going to be mitigating against this going forward, particularly with regard to the supporting evidence, because you would find that programs would have happened, but because of the reports that are inadequate, that are as a result submitted, you will find that we are then therefore not able to accept that as an achievement. We have finalized on the development of a system which we refer to as a SIMS, which we are hoping going forward would really assist us in terms of the collation of the information, but also reworking the entire plan with the provinces, the plan of delivery with the provinces. RDSP 2.7 was achieved. It is the same, and there is a breakdown. It's the same one that I spoke about, Chairperson. Allow me to then move on, and we would respond to questions if there are areas that I'm not necessarily adequately covering. The status regarding the community outdoor gyms at the stage in terms of the end of the quarter. We were still tracking that, and the delivery had been initiated, but the numbers at that time were not yet available as we continue with the tracking. However, we would have those figures for the fourth quarter. In as far as program 3 is concerned, they had achieved against all their indicators, again with the issues of the university students. At that time of reporting, by end of December, they had started dispersing the funds to the universities, because the funds do not go directly to the students, they go to the universities. The reasons for the deviation there is because you will find that in terms of the 9 universities that we deal with, there would be a variance when it comes to the actual, what do they call it, the tuition fees that are actually charged by the universities. So as this differs from one university to another, that then contributes to a difference in terms of the number of bursaries each of those universities would be able to disperse, that we can then explain further if necessary. We then provide a breakdown in terms of the cultural and creative industry projects that had been supported, and we provide reasons for the variance. The detail in terms of those particular projects, which ones were they on slide 47, Palisa, has been provided. What you will find here, Chair, is that this project, maybe if you just look at these 10 projects, they will start their implementation of the project in a previous quotas. But because we look at when does the project conclude, when do they finish the execution of that project, it will then be reported against quota 3, even though they might have started the process of implementing the project itself, as it indicates there, way earlier. It depends what they had been funded for. I've spoken to the transformation project. I spoke to the GBVF project, which is the camps that are provided for both girls and boys. The social cohesion project, we can then provide a further explanation as we respond to the questions. The last program, which is HPP, Heritage Promotion and Preservation, you would remember, Chairperson, we had indicated that we couldn't achieve against the geographical names key performance target. If you look at slide 68, we did catch up on this one after thorough consideration had been done of the submissions that were coming through from the committees, the provincial geographical names committees, and the report that was coming from the National Geographical Names Council that then reports to the department. And as a result, we were able to then achieve against that particular quarter as of the end of December. CFO?
Okay, no,
Over to you.
thanks, through you, Chair. Next slide, Palisa. The overall spending of the department, it was sitting at 4.6 billion, which is 72% by end of December 2025. And the target was 79.8, which is about 5 billion. And then there was a 464 million under expenditure. Composition of employees is the one that I've explained to say in terms of our filling of posts, funded posts. We've got some that are worth about 4% that are still not yet been filled. And then if you go to goods and services, there was an issue during the audit in terms of our payments to our public entities on the state-owned accommodation. And we're waiting for National Treasury guidance in terms of dealing with that issue. Hence the payment that has caused under expenditure under your goods and services. But the issue now has been resolved, Chair. Province to municipalities, we spend 100%. Those are your conditional grant. And then departmental agency and account, there is where we give transfer to our public entities. In terms of PSP, National Film Foundations and NAC, they did not, they were not paid by the end of December, but ultimately we did manage to pay them in January, Chair. In terms of what was expected, and also the sports trust is part of transfer payment, which mine also was paid in January. And then I'll go straight to the tables, Chair. The issue of heritage asset is still an issue. It was still sitting at 0% by December, as I explained previously, to say that there was no expenditure attached to Sarabatman. If you go to your program level, administration was sitting at 78%, and then program 2 sitting at 70%, and then arts and culture was sitting at 65%, and then heritage was sitting at 77%. So the two programs that have not done well is program 2 and program 3. And one of the reasons on program 2 is your sports trust transfer, and then on arts and culture is a issue of a PSP that was supposed to be transferred by end of December. If you go to your economic classification, I already explained the goods and services and salaries. And under transfer payment, Chair, we can see there we're sitting at 72%. So there was that under expenditure, and then payment of capital assets, I already explained that. And then at the end of the court on the economic classification, Chair, we spent about 4.5 billion against a target of 5 billion, which is 72%. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Is that a done deal for us?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, that concludes our presentations, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kumalo, and also the department for tabling these 2-quarter reports. Before I'm going to ask members questions, I must just explain the following that, yes, indeed, for some, when we get to reports of this nature, it is an achievement. But I must also emphasize that in terms of our oversight, it is a mirror, and what we see in that mirror. We see a budget, we see spending, we see transfers, and we also see subsidies. And it is important for us to show that expenditures have an impact, as I have said in my introduction. If there's transfers, there must be accountability. If there's allocations, there must be accountability. So it is also important to say that there are performance indicators, and these performance indicators must have an impact. I think that is important for us, as we all are aware of. It must have an impact, it must have an influence on the lives of our citizens. Members, I'm going to give you an opportunity. It is quite an extensive report with 2 financial reports as well as 2 quarter reports. Please feel free to ask your questions. If you would like to have a response directly, please feel free to ask that response directly, and let's zoom in to what we as members see and can also contribute to make this department a better department. The Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to turn my video on. We've got a 2-day power outage here, so the signal is very bad. I just wanted to, just a few initial questions. I have to agree with you, the spending of budget is not necessarily the problem. And we've seen this with the sports federations, for example, where that money has now been paid over. So it's showing on the department side as having been allocated. But the story we're hearing from federations is that it's been paid too late for them to actually do anything constructive with it. So our problem, and we're an oversight committee, is that we don't see the other end of the consequences of this late payment in this respect. The other issue is that we don't see the report back. So I would like to find out, for example, with the sports trust, there is a large amount of money allocated to them, and they seem to do a lot of they seem to handle a lot of things that are essentially under the mandate of municipalities. Where does the report back in terms of the implementation of the sports trust, where does that go to? Because I've looked online and I can see the tenders, I can see the allocation, but what I cannot see is essentially the details of the particular tenders, as well as whether or not these have been implemented according to the standard of qualities that's required. And secondly, where, for example, like these outdoor gyms and things are put in or installed, who is then responsible for the maintenance? Who takes on that particular responsibility? Because if you install these things and you just leave them, they then become a danger to the lives of children because they are not maintained and they become run down and etc. So how does that report back? Where do we see that as an oversight committee? If I can just get an answer on that, Chair.
The department.
Thanks, Chair. DDG Campbell.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Chairperson and DG, and thank you for the questions, Honourable Potgieter. I'm just going to respond to each of the sport federations in relation to accountability for the money that is transferred. Chair, we do insist on reports, because remember, we allocate funding on the basis of submissions from federations. So they do account fully in terms of those particular programs. And if they don't, there are some processes in place where we do not allocate funding going forward. And if necessary, we also institute other actions, but they do account fully for the funding that we provide to them. And remember, it's based on their business, on the plans that they submit to us. In terms of the sports trust, Chair, Yes, Chair, the Sport Trust is one of our implementing agencies within the department. They do fully account, Chair, in terms of what we allocate to them, in terms of, for example, the outdoor gyms as well as the combi courts. I'm not sure around the tenders what Honorable Potgieter is saying about that, but I've got my chief director on the line as well for infrastructure, who can then also then just give some input in terms of maintenance of these particular facilities, Chair. What we do before we implement and execute any of these projects, Chair, we do get a commitment, and we demand a commitment from the local authority that once we've done and implemented the project, that they do take over the facility and the maintenance. So we do not proceed if that particular commitment is not there, because we don't maintain those facilities. We implement, and the municipalities take over the maintenance. I think that's a direct response, Chair. With your permission, I'm not sure if the Chief Director Infrastructure would want to add. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, the Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think it answers my question because we're an oversight committee. So essentially, we should be able to see the results of those report backs. It doesn't help me to see that you've been given R5 and you've allocated R5, and I can't see the end result of that R5. Having spent 8 years in a metropolitan municipality as a councillor, I can tell you that this maintenance is not accounted for. So whereas you might get a commitment, there is no commitment in the business plans of the community development department or sports and rec, etc., in municipalities. There's no immediate transfer of that accountability, which is why these things tend to degrade over time. So my question is, as an oversight committee, where do we get sight of the report back on the implementation of these particular or the usage of this money? And my point with regards to the tenders is that if you go look at the Sports Trust tender, all it says is we are putting out a tender for the maintenance or refurbishment of swimming pools. That's it. No details of which provinces, which municipalities, how much money, what actually needs to be done. That it's zero. And there's no corresponding report to say this has been done, the money was implemented in such a way, and here's the agreement from the municipality. That is my problem, Chair. I don't know if we'll get a response on that. But for me, we're looking at a report that says we've allocated X amounts of money, but we're not seeing the results on the ground. So where do we go from there?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I come in through you, Chair?
Yes, please proceed, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you. I believe, Honorable Member Potgieter, what DDG was trying to explain is the process that we follow. However, I just wanted to add, the portfolio committee, if you would want us to share, for instance, if we just focus on Sport Trust, you would like us to share the process as it initiates on our side, because before the transfer, there would then have been that analysis and identification of the location of where exactly, be it the combi courts or the outdoor gyms or the children's park, are going to go. So you would have that full breakdown, which we can then share, which we then sign with Sport Trust. The reports, be it our own reports when we monitor, or the reports that Sport Trust will submit, are also available, and we are saying that can be provided. And also the portfolio committee has got all the right in terms of its own responsibility to call on Sport Trust to come and do a full presentation of the work that they do. However, Honorable Member Potgieter, we do want to acknowledge that the problems of maintenance of these facilities continues. So while DDG does indicate that we do engagements and we try our best not to go ahead with the putting up of any of this infrastructure in areas where we did not get commitment, but it still does happen. They would commit in advance. A facility would be constructed, but subsequently the monies will then be moved and reprioritized. It's a continuous problem, but the members of the portfolio committee can also advise, as we also try to continuously find ways and means of making sure that those commitments are being complied to. I might not necessarily be helpful, but I was just adding to what DDG and clarifying what DDG was saying. Thanks, Chair.
You want to add on to the Sport Trust, Honorable Potgieter?
No, Chair, I'll just leave it with, for me, a commitment is
Before you go to the next, before
Yeah.
you go to your next issue.
Hmm.
Now, let me remind DSEC, we had the Sport Trust in front of us. And in that particular meeting, resolutions has been taken on the development on some of these sports facilities. One of those, and I can remember it like yesterday, Honorable Khabo mentioned the challenges and the development on sport facilities in his constituency in the Northwest Christiana. Now, there was also allegations that the Sport Trust is only following developments in places where there's by-elections, and that is a given. We should interrogate that now. The members of parliament, there was a request, if we can go back to that minutes, that where members experience problems with development of combi courts and whatever the case may be, it was agreed that members may approach the department and the Sport Trust so that development can happen in their particular areas. Second to that, Dr. Kumalo, Mr. Campbell, we have also requested that the Sport Trust, wherever it goes, must send to us a notice on what is transpired, where, when, and how, because we also have members of parliament residing in that particular areas where these facilities are being opened. And then I think it's more than right to give that to public representatives. It's more than right to invite that public representatives where these developments are taking place, so that the issue that Honorable Potgieter are mentioning can be addressed where it comes to a demand on the oversight role that she has to play, or a member has to play in his particular area. So I think instead of just following the ballot boxes, it should now come to the party, and we should invite them again, honorable members, to give a full report on what has transpired in terms of their work. And I would also like the professional staff members to go and retrieve that information, because for me it's duplication. It's almost like doing the work that the municipalities in their respective areas has to do. My apologies, Honorable Potgieter, please proceed.
No, Chair, thank you so much. I think you touched the nail on the head. But I do think that essentially a commitment from a municipality for maintenance is emulated in their business plan. If it is not in their business plan with their annual budget, then there is no commitment, no matter what they say. And I do think that stronger oversight can come from the department itself. But again, for me, the Sports Trust, the implementation of projects that are ongoing there seem to be concentrated in specific areas. In one case, we've had all the projects in Johannesburg focused in two particular wards in the city, outside of of everybody else. So what I would like to see on the reporting from DSAC in subsequent quarters is what target are you kind of working against? So if you're implementing outdoor gyms, what is the target? Is it 100 outdoor gyms in specific municipalities, so that there doesn't seem to be a haphazard plan, as if you're implementing it based on some other requirements as opposed to a need in communities? Which brings me to my next question. I can see that we're reporting that X amount of athletes were supported, or X amount of sports codes were supported. But what is the need that you are implementing your targets against? Because judging by the fact that there is limited access to a lot of these things for particularly disadvantaged communities, and particularly children who lack the sufficient money to be able to participate in these things, and that does not seem to be improving on the ground, it seems quite strange that we then have a report that says that we're achieving all of these things, but we're not seeing the outcome of that on the ground. So if you are supporting 2 sports codes, what are the number of sports codes that you should be supporting? If you're supporting 3,000 athletes, how many athletes are in need of support? So we can have an understanding of actually what is the percentage of, or the the percentage of support that you're providing them, as opposed to or versus the need that is actually required on the ground. And I'm not seeing that from the report, Chair.
The department?
Thanks, Chair. DDG Campbell, you want to come in first?
Yes, Chair. I hope I respond correctly and my understanding of the question is correctly, Honorable Potgieter. You're saying that you don't know when we say support against what. Now it's very difficult because these are moving targets, Honorable Potgieter. There's no set target to say we need to support 1,000 and out of the 1,000 we're supporting 5. The support continues to change, or the support, the needs in terms of support continues to change. So we do support in terms of what we are able to then verify and receive and report on those particular aspects. So we do have targets based on baselines that we set, but also in terms of the agreements that we have, and those are the targets that we then work towards. But it's very difficult to say the need is 50,000 and we're supporting 2,000 because the target does not remain constant over a particular period. Chair, maybe through you, if the Chief Director can also just perhaps add and maybe clarify if I've not been clear. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine.
Okay, which Chief Director want to bring in, DDG?
Chief Director Mube DG, thank you.
Mube, okay. Simpiwe.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, and the DG and the leadership of the department. I think DDG has adequately responded to the question, but I can just maybe add a little bit. In terms of the support we provide to the provinces, through which then the athletes are supported. The focus is on the programs that the provinces are implementing at the provincial level. However, we do have the actual detail in terms of the number of athletes that are actually supported within the business plans that are submitted by the provinces, which detail is captured at the end of the year, particularly in terms of indicator 2.1. Which relates to the programs supported through the academies. That information can be provided. We obviously, towards the end of the financial year, the indicator is an annual target, is an annual indicator, so we will be able to provide that information. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think that, the focus seems to be on the examples that I've given, but I mean, there seems to be a trend across the KPIs, and I'm not a stranger to setting KPIs. I did it in Joburg for many years. So I do understand how these are set, but what I'm trying to understand is against what plan are you setting them? So whilst these might be moving targets, if I, for example, decide that I'm going to make a specific project or product, I have assessed the market, I've assessed the needs of the market, and I know exactly where I need to channel my product to. I know which people need it. I know, whether or not I'm going to sell it, and I'm not going to make a product that I know people do not need. So what I'm trying to understand is what your plans look like. How do you prepare yourself to create this KPI? Because it can't just be a guesstimate of, okay, we're going to support 2 codes, and because that's the simplest way of putting it. There must be some sort of research that's done behind the scenes, and I'm not seeing that. So if you are supporting a particular program, like let's take the geographical names, I mean, what is the purpose of supporting that? What are you aiming for in terms of, 3 gazetted names? What's the overall plan in that respect? And that's what I'm not understanding. It's very easy to say I'm going to make one cake today, and I make a cake, and there I'm done. But what am I doing it for? And maybe I'm not getting that across, Chair, but I don't understand how they've set these KPIs in the grand scheme of things. You've researched your market, you've looked at the needs within communities, you've looked at specific, areas and wards and cities, etc., and looked at what is required and how many people need to be supported, and what your outcome is going to be, whether it's, economic upliftment, or it's social upliftment, or it's increasing your numbers for the Olympic Games, or whatever that may be. There must be a purpose to why you're doing something, and I'm not seeing it. But I'll leave it
Chairperson,
there, Chair.
my humble
Just,
apologies, Chair.
just a second, DM. I'm not too
I
sure
wanted
whether,
to respond
yeah,
to the
but
member's question.
are you not in a position to use the facility the way you can raise your hands, DM?
I apologize, Chair. I even want to use the video, but I can't. I just see a screen with
My apologies, Honorable Potgieter. DM, you may
okay.
respond.
All right. No, just to reflect on what Honorable Potgieter is asking. We must remember that KPIs are informed by a number of factors. We have imbizos in different departments. We get information as to what intervention is needed. There are intergovernmental relations meetings where we share the needs for different departments. Sometimes we get requests directly from residents. Sometimes it is through our MINMEC, where MECs, informed by councillors and MMCs, they will then indicate what is needed on the ground. So I just wanted to reflect the fact that as much as, yes, that plan or a request must be made available and known, but there are many factors that informs how we then set our key performance indicators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that clarity, DM. Maybe, Dr. Kumalo, we must consider another column indicated, a declaration on what the Deputy Minister is saying. Honorable Potgieter, I'm allowing you now to finalize and to the
Okay,
necessary.
I thought you were also going to allow me to add, but the DM has covered me because I wanted to also draw the honorable members' attention to the fact that at the beginning of our presentation, we do give indication of what informs our plan, and it then becomes practically difficult to then link each and every KPI when we present the report. But we talk about MTDP, NDP, we talk about the strategic plan, and in the strategic plan, remember, Chair, we did a SWOT analysis, so that also informs us in terms of what are the weaknesses we are addressing, what are the opportunities that have been identified. In some of the instances, there is legislation that we follow. Geographical names is an example that Honorable Potgieter made. Some of the cases, there's feasibility studies, there's impact studies that are also done through our SACO. So it's all the mix of the different things that we try and bring in, and looking at our resources, we try and find some balance. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to add to what the DM was saying. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. Finalize the slice of your cake.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, look, I'm aware of all of that. Like I said, I've set KPIs before. I'm well aware of legislated requirements. I'm well aware of IGRs and et cetera. But that still doesn't, negate the need for a proper research plan to be put together by the department so that they are able to explain, this is essentially the need that's been identified. These are the engagements that we've had. These are the legislated requirements, and therefore we've come up with X. I know how this process works. So I would just say that it does seem to me that there doesn't seem to be an understanding of why these KPIs are, assessed the way they are. And that's what I'm getting from the responses. So it's not due to a lack of understanding on my part, but I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Moletsani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are, and it
Can you
also
just,
sounded there is a lot of
can
people
you just,
around you.
can you just pass me so that I can be able to find a space where there is no noise, Chair?
Thank you, the Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
I won't have my video on, Chair, because I'm driving. Chair, if I heard you very well, Dr. Kumalo, saying that you are helping the portfolio, enabling the portfolio committee to do oversight. Now, please enable us to understand. When you speak of achievements, I will follow on Honorable Potreter's line of questions. Are they weighed against the ultimate end product? My question is based on the fact that when we are on the ground, like for instance, we're Northwest, the portfolio committee would remember where we had a report that was stating that the sporting fields that we were sitting at was 75% complete. And there was even a guard house that we were looking for. We kept on searching for it. And when we inquired about where the guard house is when it is said to be 35% complete, we were told that no, we meant that we have already bought material to build the guard house. Now, what I am assuming is from the department is you keep on vetting keys that become open. So in other words, what you are reporting to us is that we, as the department, we planned to distribute 50 rand, therefore we distributed 50 rand. What happens with 50 rand is none of our business. So that's what I'm trying to find out, whether when you say we have given this party, or the target was 1,500 and we achieved 1,103, what is it that you have achieved in that 1,003? Did you achieve distributing the money, supporting by funding, or do you even monitor and follow up on? I'll make another example. In Lenasia, we were told that the swimming pool was being repaired. In fact, the repairs were complete. And when I went there, the swimming pool was painted. Yes, it was painted, but the gates were locked because there was no water. There was no one who was swimming in that swimming pool. Now, when you come and say we had plans to repair the pool, would it be that you repair the pool?
Hey. Oba.
Can we mute that person?
So yeah, that's basically my question, Dr. Kumalo.
Just a second, Honorable Mtetwa, can we mute Mr. Ngonyana? Mr. Ngonyana, please mute. Professional staff, can you mute Mr. Ngonyana? Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
Yeah, that is my question to Dr. Kumalo, whether the achievements that they are painting is not just ticking boxes. It is meaning that we have built the cinema, and our target was to build the cinema within 3 months. We have completed, and as we have completed now, promotion and whatever program 2 is kicking in. We are now having people coming, flocking to watch the movies. We have projects that are running or programs that are running within them. What is it when you say achievement? Because this has been my point, my bone of contention, that you always say overachievement, achieve this and this, but on the ground, it is no. That's my question, my first question, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mtetwa has asked me this question before, and it's not an easy question to respond to, because Honorable Mtetwa, when we set these KPIs, what you will see in our document, and I might be giving you a technical answer. What you see in our APPs is that we will then describe. We will describe what is it that we mean by that key performance indicator. But we will then go further in the same APP, where we would indicate what is the verification thing. There's a term that is used that is slipping my mind, which when ultimately the delivery of that KPI has been done, would be the indicator whether or not that has been done. So there's a technical aspect to the work that we do as department and as government. However, how I've responded to you also in the past is that what we then do as a department, we've got two units that have been set up. There's an internal research and evaluation unit, apart from the M&E, because the monitoring and evaluation is the one that deals with the technical things that I just spoke to. But when it comes to other measures that we have put in place, and I think I've said this before to Honorable Mtetwa, we then have our research and evaluation unit, which every year would then identify key focus programs where we want to do a re-evaluation. Case in point is the artist in schools. We've reported about that before, that we've put it on hold because it's going through this evaluation. So that will be an internally driven process. But we also, as you are aware, Honorable Mtetwa, we have in the department appointed or set up a cultural observatory. The cultural observatory will then do impact studies. But to be honest, Honorable Mtetwa, if we look at the work that SACO will do, this cultural observatory, they would then do impact studies on perhaps 16 areas that we as executive and management have identified as priority. They would not then, though that kind of an impact study would not necessarily be focusing on a project, but it would be focusing on a program that the department has implemented or the department wants to implement. So it's not an easy process, or not an easy answer that I can give you, because determination, yes, indeed, you are correct. When we, in terms of how we structure our measures are structured in such a way that Honorable Mtetwa has applied for funding. He says he's actually going to do this particular exhibition, for argument's sake, and he has submitted his business plan. It meets the criteria, he is funded. And then at the end of the day, he gives us a report that indicates that that particular exhibition was actually done, and that becomes a measure for us. Where we then, when we come to you, we'll give you an indication that yes, we gave this funding, yes, we got a report. We send our project managers to go and do site inspections to actually go and see, but it's also sampled. So there is no one response that I can give you in terms of determination of impact, because at the end of the day, it's easier maybe with hardware issues to determine impact. But when it comes to software issues, it's not as easy as that. So we continuously rely on these particular tools that I'm talking to be able to inform whether or not we are making impact, and some of it is continuous, Honorable Member Mtetwa. So you ask this question, and for me, when I respond to it, I really want to not just remain technical, but try and respond to it in such a way that I am able to talk to the process as we follow it, in terms of how do we identify, how do we What informs the intervention that we come up with? And then how do we continuously determine whether or not that is making impact, but program-based, not project-based? Thanks, Honorable Member. And maybe my colleagues also want to help me so that I'm not the one in the spot
Dr.
only.
Kumalo. It's fine.
Honorable Mtetwa, I think we need, if there's a colleague that needs to amplify this, because I think it's an important question by both yourself and Honorable Potgieter. It's a very important question, especially when it comes to, you know, how we conceptualize the project and the importance thereof. I mean, we have to ask ourselves the questions. You know, what are the specifics, the areas, the location? You know, even on a municipal level, it comes with a proposal. There's proposals that needs to be informed by something, and I think that is the understanding that the members need, not a political explanation on how they get about these things. So it's easy because for projects they draft, there must be a concept document which outlines the projects, which outline the plannings, which outlines the timelines, and so forth. So I think let's get clarity as a committee on that. If anyone wants to add from the department side.
Yes, please. The DDGs would like to add, but we'll start with the CFO. They would like to contribute to this because it is a very important topic, Chair, as you say. CFO first and then DDG Ndima.
No, thanks very much.
My apologies. I hope they are not going to eat on my time because honestly.
No, I'm on your side for your time. Don't worry. I'm on your side.
All right, Chair.
CFO.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I think I'll make an example with a study that we did with SAQA for in case on funding of the department. At that time, we want to check for in case since the 5 years ago, the MGE funding, who exactly benefit out of that? Are you able to attract rural provinces? Those places that we know 99% we can't. And the conclusion of that study or the result of the study indicate that actually we've got about 3 provinces, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3 or 4, Chair, but what I remember, Gauteng was part of that, Western Cape was part of that, and the KZN. So those were high benefit of the MGE in general. And then it tells you why then it means other provinces cannot able to move into that space. And then one of the things that we said then it means we need maybe moving forward under MGE to be direct, especially, and also check with provinces. I think colleagues will also come in. I know there was also visit to especially rural provinces just to inform them about the MGE, like your Limpopo, your Northwest, that were, I'll say, disadvantage of this MGE, because like I said, the outcome was very clear that you've got 3 big cities that literally benefit about more than 80% at that time. So that is what we did. The impact was saying we are not able to cover all the 9 provinces, and then the what thereafter. What is the solution? The solution is to inform or give information to those rural provinces to make sure that the new cycle as it comes, they are able then to benefit and also check. And that is why you also then moved a step ahead in the softer way to say, even if a person sometimes didn't make it, you must find a way how to assist them in terms of moving forward so that they are able to to do a proper application, and their proposal must be in the highest standard so that they are able to compete with those provinces that they've been getting money. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa.
Can we please just allow DDG Ndima?
My
He wanted to
apologies,
come in.
DDG.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
Chair.
much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the Deputy Minister. Good morning to yourself and honorable members of the committee. Chairperson, I just want to confirm my understanding, because when Honorable Potgieter makes an example, he picks up on the geographical names, and I got a sense that he implies that there is no projected outcome when we set indicators. I want to correct that, Honorable Chairperson. We know exactly what we want to achieve with the name changes process. We know where this matter comes from. It comes from the past, colonial past, where names were just being imposed on local inhabitants, coming with dispossessions of land and everything else. Now, post-colonial South Africa, post-apartheid South Africa, gives us an opportunity, coming from the TRC recommendations that spoke about the symbolic reparation, coming with the legislation that is there, where we are doing this based on the law, that we need to redress past imbalances. We need to correct the wrongs of the past. So what we do is to actually do that, to change the name so that the names are reflective of the South African situation, where you've got multicultural society, you've got the majority
Order, Chair.
I wanted to deal with that point, because it was you asking the question, Honorable Tetwa. Proceed.
I must also remind Dr. Mr. Ndima that we can't be lectured. We are not children. We are politicians. We can't be lectured about what the reasons are. We are not asking about the reasons. We're asking about the impact, the actual impact on the ground. Let me bring a situation, Chair. You would remember in Eastern Cape, there were so many gyms that we went to. Not even one we found anybody using them. In fact, most of them were dilapidated. But here we are still having a department still committing to gyms, outdoor gyms, when we all agree that this doesn't make sense, because the planning is not fully supported. Where you are saying we are creating a gym, after creating a gym, then there will be security, there will be people who will be maintaining the gym, there will be people who will be marketing the gym, promoting the gym, making sure that it is utilized. We are just planting white elephants all over the country. And that is my question. That's where my question comes from. You would remember situation that ends. The MEC gave you figures. We had a report by the KZN MEC giving numbers, giving reports, but when you look at, I don't know what was it that was saying zero, and you ask why you have this amount and you are saying you have achieved, but there's zero payment that has gone out. And he said, no, zero, because we have budgeted, but we have not paid. So we can't think that like we are just fools. We listen to technicality. I don't know technical answers. I'm representing people on the ground. What is this language that you are talking about? They are listening today. They are saying, I want to hear what they're going to say about that they said they are bringing for us. That's been waiting for over 10 years. That's what they say. What is it that you are doing? You are giving us in fact, in your presentation, you keep on saying for that. We don't want reasons. We want to know what are you going to do in order to rectify. We can't be coming here and listening to reasons why we couldn't achieve, why we had to deviate.
Honorable Tetwa, we are losing you. Is it possible that you can move to a better place? We are losing you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are now.
Okay, I'll have to park in the street and talk from there. But Chair, that's That in a nutshell, that's what I am prompting. And I'm invoking your conscience, Dr. Kumalo and the staff at the department, to say, how can we better serve our society? We can't be serving the patrol committee with information that doesn't make any impact on the ground. Uh, that is my understanding. Second question, what is the department still continuing with the gym? What have you done to change the strategy of delivering the gyms? What have you added to improve from what we saw previously? Because we can't be coming every year or every year coming to listen to reports that we are creating a gym somewhere else, yet 97 gyms that we built, they are not in use. What have you done to change
I
the
think
strategy?
I think you've driven the point, Honorable Tetwa, and Dr. Kumalo. I think the essence of what we are dealing here with is the public participation, a whole society approach. And if I may make an example, for us to erect a statue in place A, and of millions of rands, and for the year there were only 2-3 visitors. I think that is what the essence of the issue at stake. Proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
Person.
I'm going to give you an opportunity because I know that it will create a rebuttal on the issue that is mentioned, but please flag it, Honorable Potgieter. You will come back to it later. Honorable Mtetwa, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I will still expect Dr. Kumalo to tell us what improvements have they done in terms of that, what you've just explained. But another can give us examples of, say, international cooperation. What has the department done as an example? For instance, if you say we've taken black coffee abroad, and this is what was his the reason for him, or what have you done in terms of cultural diversity as the signatory of cultural diversity with the UNESCO? The Limpopo boy, how have you assisted the Limpopo boy? I'm just picking up practical examples that I would like you to talk to. Which local company have you taken abroad on trade mission and it came back having secured a deal? Can you give us in the past 20 years or 30 years if you want to? Thanks.
Dr. Kumalo?
Thanks, Chair. We would start with a response to the new strategy in terms of making sure that there is improvements in sustainability with regard to for instance, the example was made of gyms. DDG Campbell will come in first, but I would like then to move into the second part of the question after that, Chairperson. DDG Campbell first.
No, thank you, DG, and thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Mtetwa, for the question. I think, Chair, whenever we embark on a particular project or program, there's no imposition from DSEC side. We work with a myriad of stakeholders, Chair, including the provinces, including the municipalities, and by extension also the communities. Because remember, Chair, these facilities, or the lack thereof, is identified through a process called the IDP. And you can go to any IDP document, Chair, and you will see that there's a dire need of sport and recreation facilities generally. So we use a myriad of stakeholder consultation processes, documents, and plans to arrive at a particular outcome in terms of establishing these particular facilities. Now our experience around this particular thing, Chair, is that we had a Monday yesterday, and the need for these particular facilities is huge. And what we try to achieve with this particular facilities, Chair, is to provide access to our children, to our youth, to inculcate a culture of positive living, to deal with the issues of social ills, etc., etc. So these facilities, Chair, and in my experience, Chair, I'm not saying that is the case all over, but wherever I go when these gyms are constructed, they're actually overutilized. I think that's the first thing. The second thing, Chair, is when we do these facilities, Honorable Mtetwa, we don't just go there and plant it and leave. You'll see we have an accompanying program. For example, when we do the combi court, we also then provide the communities and the clubs around a particular area with equipment and attire. And then we work with the municipalities and the federations and the provinces to ensure that those facilities are used by us bringing programs to those particular facilities. So it's a whole package that we present and that we activate as part of this particular process.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, through you, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, he's giving me what they do. I asked, my question is, what have you improved based on our experience? You were there with us going in Eastern Cape. This story he's telling is not true reflection of what we saw in Eastern Cape when we went to those gyms, the outdoor gyms. Nobody was there. Those things were broken. Nobody could even tell us what are the plans. So I'm saying I thought that they've gone back to say, okay, this is what we need to do. Now, moving forward, we are going to build, if we are continuing with the gyms because they are in demand, I don't know what demand is it, because these things are just done in an open park. Nobody looks after them. It is upon the community. If the community loves it, then community will look after it, but they cannot repair it. Now, I was expecting him to tell me that this is what we have changed in our approach. We are now going to put what these gyms are going to be placed in secure places. These gyms are going to be looked after by a particular, we're going to get, I don't know whether it will be tender process to get a company that will maintain, cut grass, do what, paint, those things, because there's wear and tear on those things. And nothing happens. Wherever I've seen the gym, I've never seen any gym being repaired or painted. And I asked previously the question, where are these gyms? Are they in the suburbs? Do you have gyms in the suburbs? Or they are only just pacifiers for black communities in the townships and rural? In fact, in the rural areas, we did not see them. So please, if that is your answer, please can you stop there? Let me go into, I want the international cooperation, because you are not giving me anything new. You are telling me of what you used to do.
Honorable Mtetwa, I share your frustrations. Before you go to your next point, I want to invite the department to Rustenburg. It is fortunately or unfortunately my constituency, and go to Olympia Park Stadium in Rustenburg. The issues that Honorable Mtetwa raised, just next to Olympia Park Stadium at the back, is a complete rundown netball court, combi court, whatever court you may have. And then 2-3 kilometers from there, new courts has been erected. But the hive of activities is at Olympia Park, central to the entire community. And I think this is the issues that members are raising, and it seems that there is a misjunction or miscommunication on the understanding. Proceed to your next issue, Honorable Mtetwa.
We have bilateral agreements and multilateral agreements with other countries.
Yes.
I've never had.
Sorry, honorable member. I had taken down your question, but it's fine.
Okay, no, it's fine. You can respond to it.
Thanks, Chair. DDG Chikwatamba would give detail to that particular questions around international cooperation and other cultural diplomacy, partnerships and treaties, etc. DDG Chikwatamba.
A good day, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members of the committee, DG DM still in the meeting, and everyone also on the platform. I think I must just give a preface to start with to my response to say we have been to different platforms as the department implementing our multilateral and bilateral cooperation agreements. and these are not just focusing in the arts and culture sector, they also cover the sports sector. Predominantly, without me naming one by one, and I'll speak to the naming one by one later, I could say if I'm just taking the last financial year, we have been very active in platforms that take our beneficiaries as the department, the sector beneficiaries, into platforms that deal with issues of languages. Our authors have been into different places lately. I can make an example. They have been in Russia. Our film producers have been in different places. I can make, as an example, the calendar of film festivals that we have been participating in. Now we are also working on making sure that whenever we have our sporting activities, we also combine a program that also take our artists, especially those that are in the musical industry. We have also been looking into the archive space, doing or facilitating some partnerships. Our libraries as well have participated in a number of cooperation agreements and activities that have enabled them, for example, to receive donation literature material, which is now in our libraries. But Chairperson, being mindful of time, I can highlight that currently we are busy with a review of all these agreements that we have. And I think what I can undertake through the DG is that perhaps DG, when we finish that work, we share with the committee, so that at least the committee also has an understanding of just even if we can just take the last 2 years as part of the work that we are currently busy with. And at least in that, we will also be doing prioritization moving forward, because that's the other thing that we are looking into, that as much as these opportunities are there, but we must have a way of working out what is the return on investment when we are sending this, because we were recently talking with the DTIC, and we were realizing that the DTIC does not have detailed factors on ROI when it's coming, when it gets to our sector. So that's the other thing that we are working on with the DTIC. So Honorable Member Mthethwa, I'm just indicating that a response to whether we are taking our beneficiaries to these different stages is what, and I'm affirming that we are doing that across the sector that we represent as DSEG. And I am confirming that we are doing a review to make sure that we are not just sending them. We check out prioritization in terms of best opportunities where the sector beneficiaries can optimize on their participation in these opportunities following our multilateral and bilateral agreement and
Thank you,
policy framework.
DDG. Tell me, are you in a position to send us a plan indicating the timelines of reviewing all of these agreements?
I can. There is a document we just worked on currently, Chairperson. I don't have the details ingrained in my mind to say what's the plan, but the plan is there. I can just crop key dates to say by this time, but it's a plan because the agreements are many. It's a plan that is taking us over 3-4 months. But as I undertook to say, we can respond to the immediate question, just looking at that plan to say, okay, in the last 2 years, we have been where, and with our beneficiaries, that we can do maybe in a space of 2 weeks or so.
Thank you so much.
Just
And perhaps
looking
also include the update of the department on the list for all the treaties that you have. Honorable Mtetwa?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not convinced. I think there's a bit, and not unless it's a misunderstanding of what multilateralism is. I spoke specifically on cultural diversity by UNESCO, wherein a clause was even further developed to say there's preferential treatment clause. I think it's subsection 12, if I'm not mistaken. That speaks to preferential treatment of developing countries, and we are one of those. There were even budgets allocated for that, for those programs. And I don't know, I have not had any program reported to in line of cultural diversity, which had
Dr. Kumalo, Dr. Kumalo, can you respond to that based on the Consult Congress that we had?
Yes, Chair. There are specific conventions. DDG Mandisa would indicate how many there are arising from UNESCO, to which we have to comply to. And it's quite a range of them, Honorable Mteto, they cut across. So perhaps what we can do through you, Chairperson, is submit a report on those conventions, all the UNESCO conventions that we have to comply to and what we do, because each and every member country is obligated to submit reports at certain frequencies. So we do have that, and we can actually provide it. What Chairperson is referring to, for instance, is one other intervention that was being looked in terms of production of a national language framework that begins to ensure that we come up with measures to improve different languages, not just the official languages, but also other dialects that fall outside the 12 official languages of South Africa. But we can provide the list of the conventions, Honorable Mteto.
No, that's progressive. If you provide us a list, then I will be happy. And to say this is what you've done and how has it impacted on the people on the ground. The last issue, just in my closing, Chair. The reason why I am asking about these questions around multilateral and bilateral, we have a situation in the world where there are wars these days. There's change in geopolitics. And we have artists who are going abroad. We have athletes who are going abroad. But I have never heard of this department or international relations, DECO, or Department of Trade and Industry taking artists or athletes, putting them on a workshop to understand the bilateral agreements that we have, the political stance, our foreign policy. Because one of these days, one of the artists or athletes will be kidnapped and made a ransom against our country. If we don't educate them, we'll have a situation where, like, it was a very, very sound person. Huma Sikela went to England and spoke against our own government. And after that, his career crumbled because ANC did not want to do anything with him. So I'm saying to avoid that, we need to have that program that will educate our artists, our athletes about the agreements we have, about our political stance, foreign policy that we have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Kumalo, can you give us the insurance that your 17 clusters will be in a position to educate our practitioners?
I think that responsibility, Chair, lies more with us than the 17 clusters. I do get the point that Honorable Mtetwa is making, and I think he's correct. Working with DECO and other departments, I think it is incumbent on us, especially with the shift that we see geopolitically. So I do take note. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Molatane, I'm just checking, are you at the safe place? At the quiet place, at the place where they cannot or will not grab your cell phone?
No, Chairperson, I'm in a safe place. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, the department officials. And let me thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Chairperson, I think my first question that I'm going to have to the department is regarding the issue of sports trust. Last time, I think in one of our PC meeting, Chair, we requested that sports trust must come and do the presentation because we are aware majority of the infrastructure projects are implemented through sports trust. I remember the reason that we raised the issue of that sports trust was when we were having an issue whether they are following the supply chain processes or they just appoint one contractor to do the work. I think it's time, Chair, that sports trust must come to the portfolio to come and do presentation because really we can't be getting worried whether they are still following what they're supposed to do. And our resolution on that recommendation on that meeting was that they must come and do the presentation to the portfolio committee. Number two, Chair, it's regarding the internal audit reports. I just want to check with the department. Can the department disclose how many internal audit reports have been conducted and concluded to date? Since from this new administration start up until now, how many internal audit reports that have been concluded? And when can the department come and share those concluded report with the PC? I think I will pause there, Chairperson, to wait for the answer.
CFO? Is the CFO still in the meeting?
So, sorry, Chair, I had not unmuted. I was just saying, can I respond to the question, Chair? I've
Please
taken
do.
note of the sport trust issue. I think I would really appreciate coming to portfolio committee. The internal audit reports. The internal audit function is performed every year, Chairperson, and they report directly to the chief audit executive, reports directly to the DG. If we look at perhaps the quota that we have been reporting on, just that quota, because I don't have the record of ever since the administration, I could get that. But what I have now is they have done 11 audits, Chairperson, just in quarter two. Sorry, in quarter one, they did 8. Quarter one of 25-26. In quarter two, they had planned to do 11. And they were only able to do 9, and it's because they had to reschedule and defer. They rescheduled one on governance and they had to defer one other. In quarter three, there was also 13 audits that were planned. A total of 13 audits were planned for quarter three. And out of those ones, they have, sorry, I'm just counting 1, 2, 3. Out of the total of 13, they have completed 10 of those audits. So the process and the procedure that they follow, at the beginning of each financial year, they would submit the internal audit plan to the audit committee and management, who will then approve that. Subsequent to that, they would implement, as I'm reporting per quarter, there will be those internal audits that they do. When they conclude, they submit a report to management for management to then implement. So roughly, if I just look at the 3 quarters, Honorable Member Muletsane, it is a total, or it's about more than 30 internal audits that have been done or have been planned since the beginning of the year, and I've indicated which ones have been. So some instances we find that we have to defer, Chair, because perhaps a particular program has not been concluded and it wouldn't do justice to do any of the audits. For this particular quarter that we are on, there are 4 audits that are planned. So basically, if you look at it, just a quick count, we are relatively looking at about more than 40 internal audits that we plan per year, having identified red flags and areas where controls might need to be implemented. So we do have that whole list, Honorable Molitsane, and we've got reports of the ones that I'm saying have been completed in each and every one, in each and every quarter. Thanks, Chair.
There is also further request whether Dr. Kumalo, and I think it will be possible for the department to share those reports with the committee members.
Okay, it's quite a number, Chair, but it's fine. It's a total of more than 30, but we'll share them.
Honorable Molitsane, do you want everything or you want to select a few? Please
Chairperson,
proceed.
at some stage we had a report. In fact, yes, in the meeting there was a presentation that there's an internal audit regarding SAIDs, if you still remember, Chair. And up to now we haven't heard what happened, because on the same report when the minister was presenting to the portfolio committee, minister said that there are officials who are implicated in that report. Until up to now, we are not sure how far is the report, what is happening with the report. Number 2, again, the minister said...
Honorable Molitsane, yeah, I don't mind for record purposes and for the public domain to mention them, but what I would suggest further is that you just, pen down some of the most important ones that you really would like to have under scrutiny.
I'm doing that, Chairperson. The second one, it was that investigation regarding the box in South Africa, which the department said that the investigation has been concluded and the report is with the office of the minister. We want to know what is happening with that report. When are they going to come and present that report to the portfolio committee? Because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where at the end of the day, the report is sitting there gathering dust. When you come back to the report, you will be told that it's an old report. Whoever was supposed to be charged or who was supposed to be taken to task, he or she is no longer a part of Boxing South Africa or the department. Specifically, those 2 ones, Chairperson, I'm interested in those 2 ones. And then, Chair,
Honorable Molitsane, I'm surprised that you also don't want the report of Athletics South Africa. There was a report, and that report just stopped there with no further report in terms of whether the SASCOC is going to proceed further, what is the real status, but we're also seeing them on Tuesday. Maybe flag that one for Tuesday.
Yes, that one, I still remember that one, but I was going to raise it on Tuesday.
Let me give Dr. Kumalo an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, Chair, I'm switching on my camera because I'm struggling with my device in terms of the hand. Chair, I wanted to then correct my response in terms of what Honorable Molitsane has now said, because the figure that I was giving you, I was responding to the question about internal audit. So the total of 40 and how we do it got delayed. But I think with the clarity now that's been provided by Honorable Molitsane, what she's talking about are investigation reports. And I do want to correct my response therefore, Chair, that when it comes to investigation reports, it's not a total that I spoke about, because at that time, the question did say internal audit. So we are basically sitting, when it comes to investigation reports, we're sitting with a total of about 11, Chairperson, and they sit at different status of completion. However, the two that the honorable member have highlighted, we would then follow up on that and provide. With the Boxing SA, yes, Honorable Moletsane is correct. I did indicate that the investigation was concluded and the report was submitted to Minister. Chairperson, when we were responding to the list that you gave us, I think on Monday or Tuesday, the list that was outstanding from the department, we did a follow-up with Boxing SA, and I was then advised that subsequent to them submitting, because they have submitted a report, I'm not sure, Chair, whether it's gotten to you. However, they did indicate that with the investigation report, they did get feedback after submitting to Minister that there were areas that needed to be reviewed where Minister was not satisfied with the strength of the focus in those particular areas. So while management is implementing some areas, the report itself has been sent for review. So I have that on record, Chairperson. You can advise if the portfolio committee would like to see that report even before the review has been completed. But I was wanting to correct my response because when I responded to Honorable Moletsane, I thought she was talking about internal audits. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane.
Thanks, Chair. Can I come in on the issue of sports trust? Is the CFO?
CFO, me
Okay.
and you, we come from Northwest and we are disciplined, the people from Northwest. There is on your button, there's something that you can press a hand.
Sorry about
Proceed,
that.
proceed, CFO.
No, thanks very much. Yes, in terms of the tender process, Sports Trust do advertise the work that they're giving to service providers, and also they do have a database in terms of professional services and implementers of project. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane.
Chairperson, thank you very much. You know, on that one of Sports Trust, Chair, I will go back to the meeting to the minutes of that meeting, and because it looks like now we are getting two answers. I will just go back to the audio of that meeting, Chairperson. Then I will also come back to you, Chairperson, regarding that one of the Sports Trust. The other thing, Chair, I've just lost my notes now. Oh, yes, Chair. The other thing, Chairperson, that I want to ask from the department, you know, I can see the report. It's shiny. The report looks perfect, but when you go on the ground, it's two different issues, Chairperson. It's two different issues, and that makes us to worry. Let me go to this one, Chair. I just want to check heritage asset shows zero expenditure against a projected 17.5 million. Sarah Barrett Mane Enyokeni project are culturally and politically significant. What is the timeline for resolving the DPWI reconciliation claim, Chair? And will there be any rollover requested for this project? My last question, Chairperson, the higher education institution economic classification is at only 21.7% against a projected 100%. Given that the MOAs for HLT projects are in progress, is there a risk that the full 9.3 million budget will not be spent? What is the consequence of the universities involved? Thank you very much, Chair.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's the CFO's, the finance part of the report, CFO. Thanks, Honorable Member.
No, thanks very much, Chair, through you. On the issue of heritage, we did move the money during adjustment budget for Sarbadman because we could not able, because at that time the service provider was not appointed, because for you to then roll over the money, there must be a commitment at least of a service provider being appointed and invoice at that hand at that time. So that money was reprioritized to other pressing measures of the department. And on the universities, I think if maybe Mr. Ndima can assist in terms of bursaries. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. The
Dr. Khumalo?
DPWR reconciliation, CFO.
No, the reconciliation in this current financial year, they were claiming that we owe them, but like I said, then we said no, there's not been a progress for the past 2 years. So what exactly we owe them? So that invoices, Chair, it was not paid.
Thank you. Honorable Molatsani, please wrap up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. When I wrap up, Chair, you've talked about all the problems that we find ourselves in the department and so forth. I think Chairperson forget to raise the issue of basketball, which they have not yet come to explain how did they spend the money that was allocated to them on that African tournament which they have. And I'm worried because I can see they are going to have the games again first week of April. Are we still going to be in the same situation where department has given money and the entity failed to come and explain how did they spend the money of the department, Chairperson? Are we still going to find ourselves in the very same situation? Again, lastly, Chair, this morning I was listening to the news where the president of SASCOC, Mr. Barry Hendricks, was addressing media that they are busy, they want to host the 2036 Olympic. With the situation that we find ourselves in now, with the same SASCOC that has failed to reprimand Athletics South Africa, are we going to be able to hold those games? Is the department having the capacity to assist in paying for those Olympic Games, Chairperson? My last point, Chair, as I step down and other thing, I've seen that Athletics South Africa has put in the names of athletes who will represent South Africa in the Commonwealth. I just want to check with the department because I know ASA doesn't have any, they don't have enough funds. Are they going to assist ASA so that it can be able to make sure that those athletes are going to Commonwealth to go and represent South Africa? If yes, they are going to assist Athletics South Africa. Is it possible for them to do all the transaction on behalf of Athletics South Africa? Because I don't want us to find ourselves in a situation where money has been given to Athletics South Africa. At the end of the day, those athletes cannot be able to go and perform at what is this? Common Games because of financial difficulties. As I step down very much, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I would really love Dr. Khumalo to respond on those various issues with particular reference to ASA. I know they're not really under administration. I don't know if the right word is they under curation, whatever the word may be. We would really like to have assurance they will be taken by the hand by the international fraternity to assist. Also, the issue Honorable Molatsani raised pertaining to the announcement by SASCOC and whether we as a department are happy with the developments on what is transpiring. When you look at the developments and the results and the way and the manner SASCOC is dealing with all of these issues. I am not aware about basketball, but I actually got a light shock now when I heard that they are going to have a tournament again. We know out of experience their capabilities. We know what has transpired last year, that they could not even deal with common logistics of accommodation on the last week, where the department had to assist, and the CFO must also come out as to whether he is satisfied with the 19 million that has been utilized by basketball, and assure us that it will not be the same individuals or management that will fall in the same trap with what Honorable Molachani said. Dr. Kumalo?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to respond to the issue regarding South Africa's bid for the Olympic Games. And I will draw in my colleagues on the basketball SA and athletics SA matters. Chairperson and Honorable Member Molotane, yes, indeed, South Africa intends to bid for the Olympic Games in 2036. What we have done, there has been engagement first with the IOC, and upon understanding the approach that the IOC now follows in terms of dealing with the issues of the Olympic Games, we then took the matter to Cabinet, and Cabinet did approve that as a country we go ahead with the bidding process, which is then being driven by SASCOC. SASCOC has then put together a bid document and a framework that then informs what needs to be done over the next 10 years for the country to be in a position to deliver. And I was saying, Chair, what also encouraged us as a department was an understanding of that revised model from IOC that allows for multi-country hosting. So we then, as it was also done in the very last Olympic Games, and we are then seeing an opportunity to also bring on board some of our neighboring countries in terms of that particular new model. Yesterday, we were at Minmec, and unfortunately, because SASCOC had a board meeting, they couldn't come and do a presentation, because the intention, Chair, was for SASCOC to then come and do a presentation in a platform where all the provinces or the provincial MECs of sport were congregated, so that as that draft framework is being finalized, it is finalized with the provinces also against the infrastructure existing and required. What we had in that cabinet memo, Chairperson, just also for the information of the committee members, was and maybe as part of this model that I'm talking about that IOC has now adopted, an approach that is now saying they would want hosting countries to ensure that they utilize the existing infrastructure as much as possible in the hosting. So it's work in progress. We are not saying the 10 years is a long time, which is why we are starting the process now. I just wanted to respond to the South Africa Olympic bid, Chair. DDG Campbell, can I draw you in terms of the other two matters, please?
No, thank you, Chair, through you. And maybe just to add to what DJ's remarks on the Olympic Games, I think another game changer, Chair, was that if you recall previously that countries went out and had to prepare bid books and spend billions on those particular processes and then ultimately not get the Olympics. That has been done away now as well. So what IOC does, once they've selected a shortlist, they come and do their own feasibility studies. And like DJ's indicated, the idea is not to cripple countries by looking at new stadiums and that sort of things. So that will be done going forward. So we're now in the process, it's called continuous engagement. and we'll then report back around that particular process. Chair, in terms of basketball, I can confirm, Chair, that basketball has been de-recognized by the country because of the fiasco that has taken place. So no money has been transferred subsequent to that particular process. And then ASA, Chair, we do provide support in terms of the normal federation support to ASA for their programs. I think that is all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Monatani. They have
Sorry,
received a
Chair,
good...
I don't think we answered everything.
Yeah, the CFO.
Yeah, can we allow the CFO?
Okay, no, thanks. In terms of that bailout, Chair, the money was accounted 100%. Actually, what we did take over the project because we could not even trust their own internal process because at that time they even have less than 200,000 in their own bank account. So we could not risk. We then took over the project, but the money was accounted for 100% in that financial year. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Mr. Campbell, the fact that we have now disregarded basketball, what happened to our very important assets, which is the athletes?
DG, can I proceed through you, Chair? Yeah, no,
Yes,
Chair.
You were addressed directly by the Chair.
It's my meeting. I'm asking you. You can't ask permission. You'll ask permission in the administration there in the office.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Campbell, we are listening to you.
Yeah, in fact, Chair, that is the concern that we have. That is our preoccupation to ensure that our athletes do not suffer when these things happen. In fact, Chair, we are now busy with a process. FIBA Africa has now appointed an individual to work with DSEC and SESCOC. We are now preparing a roadmap to ensure that we get the basketball up and running again. So we'll finalizing that particular roadmap, which will then lead to us then recognizing the federation. What we will do in the subsequent meetings to PC Chair is to provide updates on the roadmap and where we are. But it will culminate in this election of a completely new structure for basketball, an executive committee, and then we will then report those to the portfolio committee going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, then I'm going to have a second bite at the cherry. $1 questions. It is a very serious announcement that basketball has been disregarded. That automatically, is a message to South Africans that there was some shenanigans going on there. Has there been any action taken against individuals within basketball? If yes,
Chair?
What are the details? If not, why not?
Chair, de-recognition of a federation is the highest form of sanction that you can get in terms of maladministration. We've got the powers as DSEC to de-recognize. So in other words, and that's why I was also shocked this morning, Chair, when I looked at the news and I see this tournament taking place. So we'll follow that up because I don't know under which auspices they are doing it currently. But the sanction is that the entire board has now been dissolved. They can't participate and they can't do anything official until they are recognized. So Chair, that, like I said, that is the highest form of sanction that you can get when it comes to
the question is, has there been anyone been disciplined? I mean, you've taken such a bold step. Has anyone, been disciplined? And also, if I made a statement now, what is your response if I say to you now, Mr. Campbell, that Basketball Africa League is hosted in partnership with International Basket Federation and National Africa, Basketball Africa? What do you say to such a statement?
Chair, that would be highly problematic. And that's why I'm saying we need to follow this up and then report back to yourselves. De-recognition, like I say, is the ultimate step. And to respond to your question around anybody being disciplined, remember, Chair, it's not the work of DSEC to discipline or sanction any of the federations. We have SESCOC that deals with those particular aspects. our powers lies within the funding aspect. We withdraw funding, and we also de-recognize, and we've done exactly that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you,
Person, if you allow me,
Honorable Malatsani.
I just want to check.
Is that a hijack now or what? Please proceed.
Ask his chairperson. I
Proceed.
just check because this thing of basketball, it now raises more questions, Chair, than and it's not going to assist if we don't say it. That it means someone somewhere in the department is not doing his or her work, because it can be that there's a tournament that is happening in South Africa, but the department doesn't have any knowledge of it, chairperson. And it can be that the board has been dissolved, but something is happening and the department they don't know. Secondly, chairperson, on the issue that was responded by DG Dr. Kumar. Yes, it's a good thing for us to go and bid for the Olympic. I support it 100%, chairperson, for us to bid for the Olympic. My biggest worry is the situation where we find SASCOC and Athletic South Africa. The situation that we have now in front of our eyes. Are we going, because we cannot beat at the end of the day? We failed to correct our bodies, SASCOC as well as Athletic South Africa, because they're supposed to come and play a very important key role in the bidding of this Olympic of 2036. If we cannot assist, if we cannot put SASCOC to task now to assist its umbrella bodies to function well, how are we going to perform towards this bidding? It's a nice thing, but we cannot go there having these skeletons in the closet that we can't even hide. Your Athletic South Africa, your SASCOC, which now I was so disappointed that SASCOC is mum after even the international body is now putting a hawk eye on Athletic South Africa. SASCOC is mum. What does SASCOC go in?
Honorable Malatsani, let's come back to the agenda somehow. Although these monies, we talk about this, but let's give the department, Dr. Kumalo and Mr. Campbell, something to think about. Firstly, our athletes on a local basis will not be able to compete for their country due to the action by DSEC. Secondly, it also come across that the DSEC failed to address the issue against leadership rather than find a way to, not recognizing the sport. Another issue is, Mr. Campbell, that basketball is alive and well in schools. And I must also remind DSEC that basketball is actually a joke, is one of the 16 priority sporting codes. So are we also saying to us as a collective that we not recognize basketball in schools? I'm not going to open it for debate because we're getting back to the agenda. It's some food for thought. I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Mbio. If that is possible, just to show us and the department your face, switch on the video, you can switch it off again. If you would not like to, you are still welcome to do that. The Honorable Mbio.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members and members of the department. Sorry, Chair, my network, it's not stable, so I think you'll see me on Tuesday face to face. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I think Honorable Mulatsani has covered me in terms of the heritage program projects. So I think I will go straight to my main concern. It's on a school sport. And my questions are is that why did the school sport programs fail in most provinces in quarter 3, and how do you explain that 7 provinces delivered nothing? I mean, like nothing. And you said in your presentation, you said that exams affected a delivery, but exams happens every year. Why did you not plan properly? And lastly, who has been held accountable for this failure? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, the department.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I, Deboho, can you please come in on the issue of the school sport question from Honorable Mbio? DDG, if you want to add, you can add after Deboho. Please address all the 3 questions, Deboho.
Well, thank you so much, DG, and good afternoon, members and colleagues. DG, the issue of the performance of school sport is determined on the basis of the plans coming, the business plans of the provinces, who are giving us plans of what they intend to do in the 3rd quarter. Now, what you will usually see as a pattern of planning throughout the 4 quarters is that the first 2 quarters, you'll see an increased implementation and a reduction in the 3rd and 4th. And it's a reduction, not a complete lack of implementation, because there is an intention from the department to implement, provinces to implement. Now, usually, and like it happened last year, for some random reasons, Department of Education will issue a moratorium statement to all schools to say all extracurricular activities need to stop. We don't implement in isolation, we implement in collaboration. So we've got to allow and follow such procedure and protocols that come as instructions, and we have little say in those instructions, but we work in a collaborative manner. There are instances where some provinces, to some extent, have a leeway and may still implement, and usually this happens towards the latter part of October, the complete month of November, and obviously with a short period of December, that you find a complete halt of extra curricular activities during that particular period. We are addressing this slow by slow on an engagement, regular engagement basis with our colleagues in that regard, and therefore are dependent largely on the inputs and throughputs coming from provinces. That's one part. The second part to it, about whether we fail to plan or that there is a poor planning. It's not that. Like I'm indicating that the business plans of provinces, when we take them, they inform what is their intentions, and that's what we follow through. And obviously, due to this reason, that doesn't happen. Who do we hold accountable, or whether we make any effort to remedy the situations? Indeed, coming to the 4th quarter, which is January to March, when we meet with the provinces on a regular on that quarter, we do look deep into this performance, and we do ask pertinent questions about what is the plans to remedy the situations before the end of the quarter. Amongst other things, and you'll realize that there are instances where provinces would have purchased equipment, and because of that moratorium, they are unable to deliver it in that quarter. And therefore, a remedy would be, we are going to complete the process in the 4th quarter so that we roll out the purchase of equipment. So is training, because we depend to train the teachers. So when we don't have teachers available, we are unable to proceed with training during that quarter, and therefore have to wait for the next quarter in order to roll out that. So it's a dependent partnership and relationship that we're looking at. Thanks.
Thank you
I'm
so
not sure.
much.
Oh, sorry,
Dr.
Chair.
You wanted to say something, Dr. Kumalo?
No, I was just checking whether the DGG of Sport wanted to add, but it's fine, Chair. We hand back to you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to give the Honorable Nkosi an opportunity. Honorable Nkosi.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the officials, and department. I don't know whether the GM is still here. If he's still here, I greet her as well. Chair, let me start by welcoming our Honorable Mbio to this portfolio committee. She must feel free, she's at home here. And let me start by welcoming the presentation made before us. So I think most of the questions are covered by my colleagues, but I just want to check few on financial performance. On financial performance, the total underspending as of 31st of December 2025 stands at 1.74 billion, 6.31 billion appropriated versus 4.5 billion spent, with 1 quarter remaining. I just want to check with the department, what is the concrete quarter 4 spending plan to avoid year-end underspending? And what specific payments are expected in quarter 4 to close the gap? My other question is that departmental agencies and accounts are at only 67% expenditure. The second quarter tranches to NFVF and NAC for PESP Phase 6 are pending adjudication finalization. When exactly will these tranches be processed? How many creative sector jobs will be at risk if the quarter 4 transfer is delayed or incomplete? My second last question on heritage assets shows zero expenditure against a projected 17.5 million. The Sarah Baartman and Enyogeni legacy projects are culturally and politically significant. What is the timeline for resolving the DPWI reconciliation claims, and will there be any rollover requested for these projects? Lastly, Chair, the higher education institutions economic classification is at only 21.7% against a projected 100%. Given that MOAs for HLT projects are in progress, is there a risk that the full 9.3 million budget will not be spent? What is the consequence for the universities involved? Thank you very much, Chair. I submit.
Thank you. There were quite a number of questions. Dr. Kumalo, please designate it to the responsible individuals.
Thank you, Chair. Mostly it would be CFO, but I would like maybe just a bit more detail on the Sarah Baartman Songezo in terms of the current status. I think we have had that question from another member as well. If we could just please talk to the CFO will talk to the finance side. And then Mr. Tanyane, the HLT project and the status that led to the HEI underspending, but what is the status now? Can I just delegate like that? CFO, you can start. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks very much through you, Chair. On the PSP payment for NAVF.
Can the CFO raise his voice, please?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay,
Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, on the PSP, Chair, there was money that was paid between February and March. So all the money has went to NAC and NAVF. And then the issue of Sarah Baartman, there is no rollover, but the infrastructure will add more on that, Chair. Thanks.
Sorry, CFO. I thought you will also talk to the plan that we have and where we are now with the Q4 spending, if you can, but maybe after Songezo.
I can come now, Chair, through you.
Oh, okay, please go ahead. Songezo, then after that.
No, thanks. On the plans, Chair, we've been tracking the outstanding payment from February. On Monday, we're sitting at around 98% of the budget. Only 2% to go before next week, Tuesday, Chair. Thanks.
Nothing to do with fiscal dumping.
No, Chair.
Was, the
Thank
issue on
you,
Sarah Bartman.
Thanks, CFO. Yes, sir. Songezo, please come in.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chair.
Connection issues.
I think your line is not good, so I'll go to Mr. Tanyane and come back to you if you can change position, please. Mr. Tanyane on HLT, please. Have I been abandoned by my team?
No.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, and DG. Yes, I think the spending, DG, it was what we need to check, because there was a payment in terms of the projects that were implemented. So the colleagues have indicated that they had not yet submitted the invoices, but I think I will need to check the exact details of the underspending of that one, DG, without misleading the committee.
Okay, thank you. Songezo, are you now in a position to respond? Otherwise, okay, please go ahead.
Attempt.
Please go ahead.
So DG, I do have connections. I must have missed parts of the question, but as far as I understand, the question was a status on Sarah Batman. So the status on Sarah Batman is that Public Works has concluded the process of appointment of a contractor. They are finalizing budget alignment. The next step that will be happening now is the confirmation of appointment with the contractor, and work will commence approximately, say, 14 days after that appointment. So that is basically the short status, DG. Thank you.
Time frame of the appointment.
Time frame of the appointment is the question from the chair, Songezo.
So we can't be accurate, Chair and DG, because the process of appointment is not our appointment, is not our process. However, the latest letter that we have received from Public Works is that they are finalizing the appointment, basically crossing the T's and dotting the I's in terms of the tenders that we received in terms of the appointment of the contractor. Thank you.
Can I respond in this fashion? You know, when this issue comes up, it really, your political clause just comes out, and I don't want to get angry on this issue. It is the department, or let me say it's us, it's the department giving money here. And it is the department that must play oversight. They must ask them, listen, what is happening here? We paid you, we give you money. You are just running the project. We must get this information so that we can be certain of what is transpired within that property there. Really, we can't wait so long, and I can't give money to someone and say, no, it's not me. You are doing it. Go on. I gave you money. What did you do with that money? How far is it? We are getting pressure from the portfolio committee. Unless then we must deal with them directly. We must get the time frame, please. Is it possible for us to submit the time frame for the committee? Because it is with decisions of this nature that we are just dragging and dragging and dragging and dragging the system, and there's no respect for the monies that we give put in there, and also for the time frames and the developments we are supposed to finish that project. This project must actually be, for what it's worth, this project comes ever since the former President Thabo Mbeki, where a helicopter land on that particular area where the remains were delivered to the community of Henki. It's years ago, and it's millions of rands that we have spent here. We should really prioritize this, Dr. Kumalo. Is there any other responses?
Yes, Chair. Can I take the responsibility, because when you apply pressure, maybe as a portfolio committee, it is felt maybe more at my level. Maybe the officials junior are not really feeling. But I do understand, and I've raised what I'm sending now within the next 10 minutes, Chairperson, is because we have now pitched this at the level of us ourselves as the DG. As DGs, last time the DG DPWI was in this meeting, and there's been several correspondence between the two of us. So what I'm going to send now in the next 10 minutes is just the latest on the issue of the Sarah Batman, which also talks to the issues of appointment and where that process is. So I'm sending it to Zoleka and Ajabulile just in the next 10 minutes when I finish this. On the HLT project, I wanted Honorable Member Nkosi to also just add that these are multi-year projects. Normally, because they're done by universities, they're developing technology for human language development, so they are multi-year. So perhaps to answer your question directly, no, there isn't any negative impact that would really implicate the finalization of the HLT project at this stage. I do believe that at the stage when the report was done, the agreements were being finalized with the implementing universities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I didn't hear clearly the question, the response on my second question regarding the departmental agencies and accounts that are at only 67%. I didn't hear the response. Can I request that they repeat? Probably I'm left somewhere. But Chair, one other thing that you are raised is quite correct. I wanted to come to that the user department must take the full responsibilities of all the projects that are being done by even if they are done by the DPW, but as the user department, they cannot come here and tell us that they don't know because it's not them that are doing those projects. What is it that they are doing? Because they must play indeed an oversight over those projects is to make sure that all the things that or the timelines are implemented as expected. If they don't have timeline for that, that means that the DPI will just do whatever that they want to do and without them monitoring them. And we cannot leave this matter. This matter is long overdue, Chair. Can you request really the department that they must take full responsibility and monitor this project and make sure that they play their oversight role? We want those timelines so that you can monitor with them. Please, Chair. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree with you. The department is the custodian of it, and we are not going anywhere else. We are going to the department itself. I mean, they must ensure that millions are being implemented or correctly spent, or the functioning of the center for that community must, see light. I think that is really important. I don't know. I don't know to what extent. I've heard the minister say that he will write a letter and ask the project back, but we can't go so forth and back and forth with this issue. CFO, I see your hand.
No, thanks, Chair. Yes, I did respond to the departmental agency and account. What I said that the second tranches for National Film Foundation and the NEC, they were paid between February and March. and the chair said it's not physical dumping. That is when we have done them. And then I think on the issue of public works, we take note, Chair. Indeed, we are the one that transfer the money to them. We will then put pressure because we can see clearly in terms of what we requested to them to take over the project, that one was rejected, Chair. So I think
Exactly.
so now the only way to try to put that pressure. Thanks very much.
Exactly. We can't outsource our responsibility, entirely to public works. We must really take ownership of it. We are the custodians of the arts, the culture, the heritage, and everything. It's not public works. They must really also come to the party. Honorable Kosi, please proceed. Please unmute, Honorable Kosi. The Honorable Molatani, I see your hand.
Yes, Chairperson. I think it's Honorable Nkosi Dan, Chair.
I think she has challenges. Proceed, we'll come back to her.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I have only one issue that I would like to address, Chairperson. I just want to check on the same issues that I have raised regarding the investigations and so forth, Chairperson, in the department. That is it possible for the department chairperson to send us all those investigations that the DG was talking about, so that we can be able to check as the portfolio committee which ones do we want to have a report on them, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kumalo, you want to respond to that? Honorable Kosi, you please, if you have another input, please do so.
Chair, on the first questions, I'm done. It's only one question that I want to come with now. On governance and PESP. The 2026 budget confirms the PESP will be extended to 2026-2027 with a view to mainstreaming it into the broader public employment system. What is the DSEC's plan to absorb and sustain the creative sector stimulus work opportunities beyond program extension? Thank you very much, Chair.
The department?
Thank you, Chair. The request from Honorable Moletsane, we've recorded that in terms of the investigation reports. On PESP, not sure, Acting DG Tsanyane, whether you will also want to come in. The entire program around PESP is aligned to the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program that came about as an intervention program wanting to address the impact of COVID-19. I think members are aware of that. So subsequent to that, that is why you are now sitting at number 6 in terms of how we categorize it. Subsequent to that, then there has been continuous confirmation of budget, but it goes, Honorable Member Nkosi, yeah, it's an allocation that is only done for that particular year. So our planning just on PESP can only be informed by the confirmation of that PESP allocation, because it's not along the MTF, it's not part of the equitable share, but it is done per year. So departments will get allocated PESP and sometimes they would not. And it comes ring-fenced, it's ring-fenced budget. And it focuses just on the creation of jobs within the cultural and creative industry. So as a department, we then opted to utilize our funding agencies whose creation in terms of the establishment and their founding legislation informs that particular objective. So the report that you have here talks to the NAC and the NFVF. However, it also talks to the National Museum and the National Heritage Council, because it continues from the previous year to the following year. But you will note that the National Museum and the National Heritage Council did not get any funding for 25-26, but because their projects overlap into the next financial year, that is why you will see them featuring. What we have seen, Honorable Member Nkosi, and what we are using is the economic mapping of the cultural and creative industry. And members might be aware that we are utilizing the Capstone Report 2025 now. So those implementing agents that are implementing PESP have to implement as according to the Capstone Report, which gets revised every 2 years. Currently, we are using the 2025 one. And the interventions that are contained therein then inform the kind of projects that get recognized for PESP, because PESP is solely done in a form of an open call by the implementing agents, and it has to align to the existing Capstone report. Right now, it's aligned to the Capstone report, the 2025 Capstone report. I hope I've answered you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
No, I'm fine, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo, thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I'm now going for a last final second bite because we have a meeting after this one again. And I would really like members to refresh, have something to eat before we start our next meeting. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to address the earlier comments. You stated that I could come back and address them. And I would just like to clarify, I can't say that I appreciate the sort of insinuations that were made by Mr. Ndima earlier with regards to the geographical names and the query that I posted. I would have assumed that the response would have been rather along the lines of, we've received 5 requests from communities, or we have identified 10 areas that need to be renamed for various reasons. But I think the insinuations that were made were both insulting and offensive. And I would like to state that on this platform. If we are going to make this a political platform, I'm more than happy to do that, but I don't think that is the purpose of this oversight committee. So I would first like to get your attention and your direction on that, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Potgieter, I cannot describe to the department how to respond. I'm giving you an opportunity to have a rebuttal on it, which you have done. And I think you have made your point in how you have seen it. And I hope it's understood in that fashion. If you have anything else, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like, and slightly off topic from the report itself, but I do think that this speaks to essentially the plans that are made within the department that guides a number of its KPIs and its programs throughout the year. But if possible, Chairperson, can the committee get a list of the international trips that have been made by both the Minister and the Deputy Minister, as well as any staff members that accompanied them, which would include the invitations for those trips as well as the reports that emanate from them. I think what I'm trying to see is essentially what impacts those trips have made and how they have directed the programs that they are putting into their business plans and into their quarterly reports, because I do think that a number of those programs are influencing what we are seeing happening within the departments and the reallocation of funds. So I would appreciate that. I don't think that we have received a specific report, although there have been written questions from a number of members, but they are not holistic in the nature of response. Thank you.
Dr. Kumalo?
Thank you, Chair. We will provide that. Fortunately, we have been called upon to compile those reports each time when a visit has been undertaken, international visit. So indeed, I'm not sure how far back the member wants us to go, but we would honor that request. Maybe it would help to, if we could just clarity, are we talking this financial year? Before
Honorable Potgieter is responding to that, I gathered that the entire ministry, including you, Dr. Kumalo, also gave feedback to cabinet, and I think it's a very important point raised by the honourable member. The fact that most of the activities and our work, is some sort of a cross-pollination effect. So I also think that it is important, we cannot just have treaties and read through them and understand them, but when there is official visits, I think those happening in the name of the department of which we have oversight, and I also thank you for indicate that it is possible if the honourable member can just indicate since when.
Thank you, Chair. I would think for this current political term, it applies to both the Minister and the Deputy Minister, so from the date that they came into office. I do think that taking it from that date will give us a good indication, particularly when we're reading the quarterly reports, that we are currently faced with a number of those trips would have influenced the work that is going on now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mtetwa. Please unmute.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, the first one would be, I want to find out if this investigation report has been completed. And then following that, I want to know what are the reporting structures in terms of the clusters that have been formed, the 17 clusters with 32 million budget. How are they going to report in terms of what they have received? And have they reported any of the amounts that they received? Have they reported on those yet or not? And if there are any shenanigans that have been reported in any of the clusters, because I've asked that question, I haven't received that response yet.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the SIPSA report has been completed. It was routed to the minister, I think about 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, but this week. So it's on route to the minister. It did go past my office. It's going to go from the deputy minister to the minister. The reporting lines for the sector clusters. The sector clusters report to their own boards, Honourable Member Mtetwa, because we try to retain the independence of these clusters as much as possible. However, when it comes to monies that they receive from the department has appointed, it means it's a total of 17, because in line with the number of clusters, there are project managers that are project managing each and every one of those particular clusters, not managing to a sense of getting involved in their daily business. However, issues of compliance when it comes to the monies that they receive. Each of the clusters was allocated a total of 2 million. You are correct. I think it works up to about 34 million because there are 17 of them. And the level at which they are differs. I believe on Monday, when we did a last review of the clusters, we were sitting, Mr. Tanyane will correct me, we were sitting at all of them having been given the first tranche. Again, the first tranche also differs because it depends on the level at which they are sitting according to the analysis that the project managers do. So all 17 had been paid as of Monday. However, they are only being paid the first tranche, which I think maximum is about 1.2 million of that first tranche. 10 of them, again, I'm just looking at Mr. Zanyane to help me because my numbers might not be 100% correct. 10 of the 17 had submitted their reports at the reporting time when we did a review of the clusters. Or maybe let me say adequate reports. The rest of them, they were gaps and questions that were being asked by the project managers and also the verification unit in the department. Are there any shenanigans? Indeed, there are. Not sure whether I want to use that word that we are using, honorable member, but are there any problems? Yes, there are problems, which I think expectedly, because it's the first year of implementation, we were expecting that there would be teething problems. But some of the problems that are being reported to us are not the kind of teething problems in terms of when you establish something new that was expected. As a result, because the department is officially launching the sector clusters on Monday, there is a guideline document which has now been drawn up and signed by the minister. I believe it's being distributed to all the sector clusters today. That begins to address those compliance emphasis areas that we have put up over the first day of implementation. They would also be asked to sign a charter on Monday. Each of the chairpersons will be asked to sign up where they are also tying themselves to those specific guidelines. We do anticipate, Honorable Member Mthethwa, that they would not be at the same level in terms of being able to fully implement the model. But however, we also have got our own role that we need to play in terms of ensuring that they comply, but also supporting them through other capacity building interventions that we are exploring. I just summarize because there's a whole lot more, Chairperson, that is happening around sector clusters.
Yeah, is there any of those in this meeting, Dr. Kumalo?
Any of what? Of the clusters?
Yes, cluster project managers.
Oh, they report to Mr. Tanyane, Chair. It's junior officials that are project managers, but they report to Mr. Tanyane. He's in the meeting.
Okay, is it possible that we get a list of them? Those project
Chair,
managers.
just clarifying, or of the project managers. Indeed, yes, Chairperson, we would provide that against each of the clusters who's monitoring what.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mthethwa, does that?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I don't know whether Dr. Kumalo classifies fraud as teething problems. I don't know whether it falls under that same category as teething problems. Fraud, there's been fraud in one of the clusters. Why are you not talking about that one? Because I asked about shenanigans. I used the word shenanigans deliberately, not challenges or problems. Shenanigans because there's been fraud that has been reported, but you're not talking about it. Why?
I'm actually not hiding anything, Honorable Member, and I wouldn't want to say there is fraud when we are still sitting with a matter that has just been reported to us by, you are referring to the events and technical production cluster. There has been a reported or an alleged fraud, but they are intervening because they have categorized it as a criminal case, and they are dealing with that particular board member who is purported to have withdrawn money directly from the account. I'm not hiding anything, Chair.
Thank you.
Who reported it, Dr. Kumalo? Because it's sounding like they have reported it. Who reported it?
It's
Was it
I'm
your
just trying to go to.
project manager or the cluster itself?
It's the board. I'm just trying to see quickly whether I can see. Mr. Tanyane, do you have the actual person? But it came from a board. I believe it's the current interim chairperson, Mr. Mtejo, but I wouldn't like to say for sure because I don't have it in front of me. It came from the interim chairperson, I believe Mr. Tanyani can confirm. The interim chairperson,
Yes.
Mr. Tanyani, can you confirm?
Yes, that's true, DG. Reporting to the department through the project manager.
Thanks.
Happy Honorable Tetwa,
Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to show you that even your project managers are not a solution to what I spoke about against these clusters, because it is nothing different from what CIFSA was. And CIFSA that couldn't report to us because even the public protector, even SIU couldn't investigate them. They said it's not a government entity. Now these clusters are not government entities. How are they going to be different from CIFSA not reporting to the parliament, not reporting, not accountable to parliament, not accountable to anybody but to themselves? How can they, same people who you are investigating in other entities are the same people who are in these particular clusters that I've warned you against. And before anything happens, the first tranche, there's already fraud, proving what I was saying, that it was correct when I alerted you and you knew all these people that I was talking about. This. These are the people who are in CIFSA, people who are funding at downtown that I alerted you. You can't come and tell us that, oh, there's fraud, because you are trying to hide these shenanigans because they would work against you. You have been warned as a department against these formations, but you continued anyway to do it. And 34 million is gone there. Nobody is monitoring. This is what we are doing, Chair. We are constantly doing one and the same thing, expecting different results. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I that's why I'm asking for the list. You know, I'm asking for the list simply because we're not sure who sit on those clusters. Who are these individuals? You know, they might serve on councils as well. And in the light of what Honorable Mtetwa is asking Dr. Kumalo, is there any directives, any policies or frameworks, legislation that informs this process when it comes to reports? And actually also, what does those reports contain? And the issue raised by Honorable Mtetwa, the fact that those reports are just within. To what extent will we as members get our hands on those reports? Dr. Kumaro, please unmute. Mr. Campbell. CFO, am I audible?
You
Yes,
you
you
are
are.
Chair. You are Chair.
Chair. They ran away.
What is it about the silence now?
Chair, sorry, Chair, I lost connection. I do apologize. I was trying to listen to your final part. Yes, I did hear Honorable Mtetwa, Chairperson, and I hear you, what you are saying. But in my response, I said we were not, when we started this model, anticipating that there won't be any problem. It's such a new model, and when there are problems that are coming about, we then need to address them and enhance the model itself. We do believe, and Mr. Mtetwa has agreed, that it's a model that is giving voice to individual sectors. However, yes, there has been challenges. Maybe the use of the word teething problem sounds like I'm minimizing the importance of those. But what I also said, Chair, is that as a result, we have developed a policy guideline which has recently been signed by the Minister and is being distributed to the sector clusters. I said that, Chairperson, because we cannot act on the basis that says we exclude certain, we want other certain people to be excluded from the boards just because we have heard something about them and we don't have anything tangible. But now that there are things that are emerging that are tangible, we are then able to take action. And that policy guideline, Chair, that I made reference to, assist us in terms of creation of that particular control measure for the department. However, the other point that Mr. Mthethwa has raised in the past, which we have also taken cognizance of, is a need to regulate this environment. So from the sector clusters themselves, there was a proposal that was accepted of a formation of a sector cluster steering committee comprising of all the chairpersons of these 17 clusters. That's been formed already. And one of the sole purposes is to create a platform for the representation that is going to be working with our legal services to start developing regulations, because yes, we do acknowledge the fact that unlike in the sport section of this department, where there are clearly pieces of legislation, there are none this side. Hence, the process of regularizing the space has actually started. We do anticipate, Chairperson, that there would continuously be a need for us to put enhancement strategies. And we acknowledge that. While we all know that there are challenges in this industry, it doesn't mean we should then sit back and not be able to come up with models that we will continuously test to assist and support the industry. Thank you, Chair. My connection is getting quite bad. I'm hoping you heard me to the end, Chair.
Okay, I hope it's not the meeting that's getting hot. Honorable Mthethwa,
No,
are you
it's
done?
not, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo, do I understand you correct? You say that the clusters has been established following that policies has been created. What was first intact?
There were initial guidelines that were provided, Chairperson. So that was put together as they formed the boards. They were doing that against specific guidelines that the department had provided. However, what I'm saying is that as the year, because this was the first year of implementation, as the year commenced and we started identifying and looking at other areas of enhancement, there is now a policy guideline. I'm not sure whether I'm using the right word by guideline. I keep asking my guys to help me when I'm under pressure here and they keep quiet. But Chairperson, I'm saying there is a recent policy document that then Minister has signed off, which is in the process of distribution by Mr. Sanyane's unit. So that's the approach that we used in the implementation of this model. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable members, we will meet in 45 minutes.
Chair, conclude, Chair.
Conclude.
Chair, I'm saying we can't be in a period or process of trial and error. And when we try and error, 15 million is gone, 34 million is gone, and we want to improve on something that was wrong from the start. Maybe it's because I'm a member of EFF and they don't want to listen to me when I say this is typically of personalizing things and not institutionalizing. You don't start by creating before you create policies and documents that will speak to the information. These formations are not regulated. There's no regulatory framework that these are. These are just personalized formations of Minister Gayton Mackenzie. If Gayton Mackenzie, Honorable Minister Gayton Mackenzie leaves the department and another minister comes, he can just easily erase these 17. So we can't be doing temporal solutions because we want to spend money, we want to be seen to be doing something. I said that this sector that I know from A to Z requires a statutory body by an act of parliament that will be fully accountable to parliament and government, not something that will account to some program director, and then program director accounts to the department, and we can't even get the reports of fraud happening in this. So we are sitting here that had gotten over 22 million, 15 million in 3 consecutive years without reports. Now we can't even get, this is the second investigation, forensic investigation, done by the same department. Nobody has been found guilty of anything, no consequence management. Now we are starting another thing where we will be finding others, individuals, that we know. It's like putting somebody who's a thief, putting in the bank and say, please guard the money, the bank money. You are putting a thief in the bank. How will the thief guard against himself? His fraud. It's wrong. It's totally wrong. And Dr. Kumalo was there before Minister Getty Markets. She knows about CISA, how we forced CISA to go to the conference because there was no accountability whatsoever. We still, I don't know how many years now, over 20 years now, we're still waiting for CISA to account. What is so different? CISA was entrusted with organizing sectors and subsectors. There's nothing new that they are doing. They are doing what CISA was supposed to do, but in a different way. But not institutionalizing. That's my problem with it. It is not institutionalized. That's why as EFF we have actually proposed an establishment of a statutory body by an act of parliament that will govern the sector, not the piecemeal that they are doing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, note the email has been sent by Dr. Kumalo. Professional staff, please take note of the comments and recommendations made by the Honorable Mtetwa. I'm now going to give an opportunity to the very last speaker, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to support what Honourable Mtetwa has stated. If you remember the meeting on Tuesday, the Minister has already endeavoured to investigate whereby one of the clusters has allegedly benefited themselves. So it is very important that we understand exactly what's going on there. So I would really like to support his call. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I have to close this meeting, but before I'm going to do this, I want everybody around this table to understand it very clear that this portfolio members of Parliament are representing the Portfolio Committee, Sports, Arts and Culture, and also representing the entire country. We may be present in different political parties, representing different political parties, but when we decide on issues, it is a member of the Portfolio Committee. But now, Dr. Kumalo, there is an ongoing trend that I have to address, and that is the conduct that I have witnessed during quite a number of meetings. And that concern is dismissive responses to this committee, also to committee members. And I must reiterate that those responses to committee members sometimes are out of order. Sometimes it's mean, sometimes it just don't belong here. Like I said when I started this meeting, that for some, what we have seen here might be progress, might be achievement. But as time goes, and if you hear the input of members, we are scrutinizing, interrogating, and get responses, because sometimes an organization may look so nice, so good, so clean. But when you interrogate something like Karate South Africa, then you'll see beneath the surface, there's a lot of things coming out. Now, this forum is not a place for arrogance. This forum is not a place for any official to evade questions from any member. And that's why, as the chairperson of this committee, I have to protect our members, because this forum, be as it may, is a forum for accountability, where officials will come here and will show that respect when questions are being posed to them by a member who is, fortunately, or for some unfortunately, entitled to do so. And we as members are also entitled to be responded to in a respectful manner. Officials are therefore reminded that, as I've said, this is not the first time, that when they brush aside questions, they do not save time. They show contempt to this committee. They show contempt to the process. They show contempt to members of parliament. So to safeguard this process of democracy, I would like to call upon officials. In some of the previous meetings, I kept silent, and I did not want even to ask some officials to apologize, even amid the fact that, if you can recall, that Honorable Khabo once has demanded an apology. I did not deal with that. But as the chairperson, I cannot tolerate any further contempt by officials in this committee. With that said, I would like that Dr. Kumalo and Mr. Campbell please work on this when you have your meetings with officials, so that we can show some respect in these meetings when we answer. And we are not going to allow any official to politicize issues. With that said, honorable members, thank you. This meeting is adjourned, and our next meeting will start at 2 o'clock. I also call upon the PC Secretary to again send out on the group, and as well as to Dr. Kumalo, the next meeting details, in order for us to join 2 o'clock this afternoon. I declare this meeting as adjourned.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Chair.
Thank you, Voorzitter. Thank you, Chair. Oh, long last.